never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is announcing additional relief for Puerto Rico just days after Hurricane Fiona wreaked havoc on the island. In addition to a disaster declaration, Biden is authorizing complete restoration efforts.
100% funding for debris removal, search and rescue, power and water restoration, and shelter and food for the month.
He made the announcement in New York City, which is home to the largest Puerto Rican population off the island. Americans are paying more for goods like food and gas because of inflation. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is continuing to call out Democratic senators from specific states for supporting their party's spending packages.
If just one single senator, just one, from Georgia, Arizona, Colorado, New Hampshire, or Washington, had refused to give their vote to President Biden's reckless spending, the working families and small business owners of these states would not be dealing with this much inflation.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot is responding to statements made by McDonald's CEO about the crime in Chicago. He said the city is in crisis. The mayor responding by saying the fast food executive should educate himself more before speaking. Lightfoot also pointed to the city-based report that claims 112 companies have moved to the city over the last 18 months. There's outrage over an attack on a flight attendant. A passenger sucker punched the American Airlines crew member as the flight was midair from the Mexican beach town of Cabo to Los Angeles. In a statement, the union that represents flight attendants saying they want the passenger to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. You're listening to USA Radio News.
This week on the Greenstock Journal, we're looking at public companies dedicated to environmentally friendly alternative energy sources. Blue Biofuels, trading under the symbol BIOF, has developed and patented a technology that can convert ordinary plant materials such as cane grass, sugarcane bagasse, and farm waste into sugars that are used to create ethanol and sustainable aviation fuels. Blue Biofuels does this in a CO2 neutral and environmentally friendly manner. With the Ukraine war leading to grain shortages and record high corn prices, Blue Biofuels offers an alternative to corn-based ethanol by using plant-based waste. There are limitations in the amount of corn available for fuel, whereas there is sufficient plant-based feedstock suitable for the BIOF process to replace half the fossil fuels used in the U.S. Technologies like Blue Biofuels could be the answer that brings about a biofuels revolution, producing billions of gallons a year, making green energy production finally a reality. Do your research now on BIOF. For more on this story, visit greenstockjournal.com. This week on the Greenstock Journal.
Voters will head to the polls this November to choose the next Congress, which begins in January. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, claims Democrats are ignoring what he believes to be top issues for Americans, like inflation and crime.
They aren't addressing any of the problems that keep moms and dads up at night. They aren't tackling any of the issues that are leaving small business owners unable to pay their bills or unsafe in inner-city locations, or both.
Just 2 weeks after President Biden delivered what he termed a speech on extreme MAGA Republicans, a North Dakota man is accused of killing a teen with his SUV because he thought the boy was a Republican extremist. Police say the man admitted to fatally striking the teenage pedestrian with his car after they had a political argument. The LSU football program is being placed on probation for 1 year due to recruiting violations. The NCAA handing down the ruling on Thursday. A former assistant coach admitted to meeting with a high school player during the COVID-19 pandemic at a time when recruiting was supposed to be off limits. He's since been fired. Week 3 of the NFL season kicks off Thursday night with the Cleveland Browns playing host to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kickoff set for just after 8:15 p.m. on Amazon Prime. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, without further ado, hey, let's roll into a Friday. Yes, I can say TGIF. So I hope you've had a good week. Make it through a Friday, couple of days of R&R. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shots Studios Secret Bunker. Right now I'm looking at 59 degrees outside, 54 officially at the International Airport, CVG, and it's going nowhere but down, 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 down into about 43, something like that's forecast low tonight. Yeah, right on cue. It is fall officially, as the autumnal equinox was about 3 hours and 5 minutes ago, 9:03 p.m. Eastern Time. Fall officially arrived. And with that, right on cue, let me take you up to last night. We had some frost advisories in North Dakota, South Dakota, parts of Minnesota. We've actually got hard freeze warnings tonight. Wisconsin, you got frost advisories way down into central, not quite southern Wisconsin, but freeze warnings in the northeast portions of the state. Much of the UP of Michigan, hard freeze warnings. Some of the inland areas in northern lower Michigan away from the lakes, because the warm lake waters will keep the coastal areas a little bit warmer. But yeah, even hard freeze warnings in parts of northern lower Michigan tonight. Brr. Now you can see that cold front, the front that brought in the cooler air, which is ushering in the cooler air. After we saw the showers and thunderstorms, all the rain off the eastern seaboard now. From Maine all the way down to South Carolina, you can see the shower activity, the front well-defined there. And to the east of that, yeah, the well-defined Category 4 hurricane, a.k.a. Fiona. Fiona's been impacting Bermuda this past day. It's going to sweep on up in this coming weekend, impacting the likes of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. Probably going to be coming ashore, they say there. Believe it or not, that far to the north as still a Category 2 hurricane. It may be the strongest hurricane to impact that region since they've started keeping records. But the good news, the frontal system keeps it off the U.S. eastern seaboard, but you are seeing big waves all up and down the east coast, though. But all eyes now turning more and more to our tropical rainstorm, which more and more forecasters are really getting concerned. This may become a major hurricane, ultimately impacting the United States, be the first major hurricane or actual hurricane to impact the lower 48. Here, this 2022 Atlantic hurricane season. So right now, it's been skirting. We've been talking about it all week, skirting along the northern coast of South America. Looking for this to eventually shift from the Caribbean and eventually into the Gulf of Mexico, where it may undergo rapid strengthening into a major hurricane before indeed threatening the United States. Now, forecasters, they've been cautioning about this looming threat all week long, but they're growing increasingly concerned about the potential for a damaging strike from a hurricane in what has been so far a very uneventful hurricane season here. Currently, it is still dubbed Invest 98L by the Hurricane Center. It's still pretty disorganized due to the proximity to South America and dealing with some disruptive winds, wind shear in the atmosphere. Even if it remains poorly organized as we wrap up the week here, it is going to be moving into more favorable conditions for tropical development. Probably will be a tropical depression or storm by Saturday. So the next name on the list for the 2022 hurricane season would be Hermine. There's a couple of other disturbances over the eastern Atlantic that are actually going to be competing with the next name on the list. If one of those disturbances garner the name Hermine first, next would be Ian, followed by Julia. That's the names coming up on this year's list. Tuesday, forecasters dubbed the system a tropical rainstorm and have begun to issue their own track and impact maps. At AccuWeather, they say it is our mission as a forecasting company to get the word out as far in advance as possible of any potential major impacts. Now, AccuWeather's got a team of dozens of meteorologists, decades of experience, which they continue to believe this system does indeed pose a serious threat to lives and property, not only to the Western Caribbean starting this weekend, but also to the U.S. mainland, probably from the last days of September to the first several days of October. So we're looking a number of days out here as we're just entering the 23rd of September. This poses the first threat by a potentially major hurricane to the U.S. this year. Now, the northern coast of Venezuela and Colombia, as well as the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao, will feel the impacts of this extensive westward-moving rainstorm with drenching showers and gusty thunderstorms and rough seas on into Saturday. Some of these areas could see flash flooding, mudslides in some of the hilly terrain. As the system then turns a bit more to the northwest this weekend, it's going to move over the open bath-like waters of the central and western Caribbean. The wind shear will also drop off. Factoring those conditions in, strengthening is likely to begin taking place at a rather swift pace. According to forecasters, it's highly possible this system could ramp up from a tropical storm to Category 1 or 2 hurricane in less than a couple of days from this weekend into early next week. For this reason, interest from Jamaica and Cuba to the Cayman Islands and perhaps Honduras and Nicaragua are urged to closely monitor this system. Should the center of the storm manage to avoid the large land areas of Cuba, Central America, and southeastern Mexico, passing through the Yucatan Channel as it's known, there is the potential for additional strengthening during the middle and latter part of next week over the open, very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Forecasters are right now projecting the intensity to a Category 3 or stronger hurricane should this system reach the Gulf of Mexico. So, water temperatures right now generally in the low to middle 80s through the Caribbean. There are some pockets from the western Caribbean to the Gulf of Mexico and the Florida Straits where water temperatures are in the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. Plenty warm enough to support explosive growth into an intense hurricane. The track of this obviously subject to change, may be influenced by how quickly the storm strengthens. If it remains weak a bit longer, it may have a greater chance of pushing onshore in southeastern Mexico or Central America, where it would interact with land. A more rapidly developing system would be the scenario where it's more likely to get it into the Gulf of Mexico. And right now, that appears to be the more likely scenario at this point in time. Now, even once in the Gulf of Mexico, if that scenario plays out, there's still several factors that could influence the movement. We'll be watching an area of high pressure near Texas next week. If that high pressure manages to back westward and the storm misses a pickup by the jet stream, it could open the door to a more westerly track of the storm, maybe into the Texas coast. But systems that move into the central Gulf of Mexico this time of year rarely track westward and hit Texas. You've got increasing west to east steering winds this time of year around the Gulf in the southern USA. Now, those same conditions may cause the storm to be pulled northward to the central Gulf Coast or may turn the storm east toward the Florida west coast. All things we'll be watching over the coming days, but yes, things could get very interesting next week. I mean, first thing that comes to my mind You talk about the central Gulf of Mexico. If it takes that more northerly trek toward maybe New Orleans, the Gulf Coast of Mississippi, Alabama, the Florida Panhandle region, might we have the potential of a major hurricane disrupting oil platforms in the Gulf of Mexico? Undoubtedly, if there's any threat of this system possibly impacting, days in advance, we'll see the evacuation of platforms and things of that nature, which all could play into the prices at the pump here in the U.S. of A. All right. The other system, of course, we've been following all week. It's all been about the tropics here in the last few days. Fiona. Fiona making a beeline toward eastern Canada, Prince Edward Island, eastern Nova Scotia, Quebec, western Newfoundland, and southeastern Labrador. Damaging hurricane-force winds will be coming ashore with Fiona. It's taking shape. And again, right now, Fiona still a Category 4 major hurricane. Sustained winds at 130 miles per hour as it continues to move north, slightly northeast toward Bermuda. And it's moving at a pretty brisk pace for a tropical system, moving at 21 miles per hour. Now, as of 11 p.m., just over an hour ago, Fiona was about 910 miles south-southwest of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Going to move quickly northward into Atlantic Canada while maintaining that hurricane intensity. Just how ugly things may get there. How often do you have to talk about maybe boarding up windows along coastal areas in places like Nova Scotia or Newfoundland? But those are the kind of preparations that need to be ongoing right now. So as we get things underway here on a Friday morning, welcome in, welcome aboard. Pull over the screen here, see who's checking in out of the box. High pressure pumping on board here. Let's roll. Tank is in the house where he's hanging on with 71 degrees in Oklahoma. Enjoy that. It's going to get cooler there, Tank. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Larry is with us this morning. Matthew checking in. Hello, Steve and Kevin the Cat. Happy Friday. Michigan Man says, can you say TGIF? Yes, indeed. Welcome into a Friday. Kentucky Ken, good morning, overnight drive crew, and of course, Mr. Summers. Happy Friday. Beautiful night in the Louisville yard. One delivery and one pickup to go, and we'll be rolling toward the home yard. Safe travels and safe miles to everyone out there. Kentucky Ken listening in. Randolph on board at the Petro Travel Center in New Jersey tonight with 59 degrees at this hour. Mr. Q joins us early on. Good morning, everybody. Got a short night tonight. I'm heading back to Cincinnati at this hour. Pappy, hello there. 54 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Yes, 54 officially. It is fall. No more sitting on the back deck listening to the overnight drive in a T-shirt. You notice there, I got the long sleeve shirt on tonight. I've actually got the jacket hanging on the chair for when smoke break rolls around. It's cool out there. Copy in the mail, 5-7 on board. Happy Friday from San Diego. There's Greg with 70 degrees. Happy to see the Steelers lose. All right, that was our Thursday night football. I guess Amazon took over the Thursday night football thing. I saw the headline, 13 million tuned in to Thursday night football there via Amazon. I think that's pretty good numbers. They're probably very pleased with that. Happy Friday, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and fellow night owls. Ronald checking in, 48 degrees. Feeling like 43 in Rochester, New York. That's rock pick, right? All right. Looking forward to the show. Maybe moving to Rumble, where it should be quite popular, I'd say. Thank you to the truck drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. Let's see, one more here before we get a quick timeout. Zorro on board. Well, we're at 20% production due to the lack of hazmat loads not being delivered last week. Got a slow night, and I'm ready for the weekend. Obviously, the hazmat loads he's talking about was with the potential for the rail strike that was averted at the last minute Right about this time, we were talking about that last Friday. The negotiations were still ongoing at the time, recall? But hazmat loads on the rails had not been moving all that week. They're playing catch-up right now. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty. Hey, on a Friday morning, of course, we will have some keywords to pass your way in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Actually, it's $1,000 a day, twice each weekday. We just started this week. Monday was the first morning we gave out keywords. Lo and behold, one of our listeners was a winner this past day. We'll tell you who that was coming up here. Yeah, not a caller to the program, but one of my Facebook friends, listener to the show. Some of you out there know her. Yes, it was a female. Very surprised. Now, the last time we were participating, this is a nationwide contest. There are numerous stations involved. So last time we had this 6-week contest, we didn't have a winner from our show till like 2 or 3 days before the contest was about to end. But we did indeed have a winner. So right out of the box, I guess technically it was only the third day of drawing names, I believe, to where we actually had a winner, a listener, via TNCradio.live. So that's good news. That should be a little bit of an incentive for other listeners who say, I'll never win. You know, you can't win if you don't get registered. So, yeah, your chance to win $1,000 happens 4 times every workday via TNCradio.live. Of course, we'll give you 2 keywords during our program this morning, as we've done all this week. Additional keywords at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Each keyword is an additional entry. The more you enter, the better chances you have to win. Every keyword is a new entry for that day's drawing. The $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway on TNCradio.live, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. There you go. Buckeye Boy checking in from Bozeman, Montana, where it's a cool 48 degrees. It's been raining on and off most of the day. When the sun did come out, it was rather nice, but not very much sunshine. I'm hoping to hear about a major lawsuit filed from President Trump against those who are continuing to attempt to smear his name. It is sickening to see the level of desperation that they are stooping to keep this man from running again. Hoping to be well on my way home when you come on Sunday night into Monday morning. Everybody have a great night, a better weekend, and obviously everybody be careful out there. Billy on board. Morning, Steve. Getting my day started, heading from Garysburg, North Carolina, down to Southport, North Carolina. When I get home today, I'll be heading up to Winchester, Virginia, for the ATHS Truck Show this weekend. That's the American Truck Historical Society. Maybe I'll pull up some details on that. I didn't realize that. Winchester, Virginia. That's over in Gilligan's neck of the woods, right? All right, let's see. Tex is on board. Hillbilly Tex, watching from exit 81 off the Big 75, tipping a hat, ringing a cowbell. There's Gilligan on board there. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Happy belated birthday to the two-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. We've got 56 degrees, clear skies in Pulaski, Virginia tonight. Everybody, keep it shiny side up there. See, I believe Deborah checked in here a few minutes ago as well. Let me see. Yep, here we are. Morning, Steve. It's a cool 51 degrees right now, as we're headed down to 43 this morning here in central Indiana. Happy fall, you think? Hey, for anyone interested, there's a James Dean Festival going on this weekend in Fairmont, Gas City, Indiana. Just so you know, might want to check that out. Okay. Everybody stay safe out there tonight, especially my special driver, who I've missed this week. Everybody have a fabulous Friday. There you go. Thank you very much, Deborah, for checking in. Our number, of course, as always, 844-844-3388. We didn't discuss it much last evening, but that New York lawsuit, Letitia James against Trump, and even the family members. We'll tell you what the legal experts are saying about that. And it's not a good case, as usual. News break time on the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is announcing additional relief for Puerto Rico just days after Hurricane Fiona wreaked havoc on the island. In addition to a disaster declaration, Biden is authorizing complete restoration efforts.
100% funded for debris removal, search and rescue, power and water restoration, and shelter and food for the month.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot is responding to statements made by McDonald's CEO about the crime in Chicago. He said the city is in crisis. The mayor responding by saying the fast food executive should educate himself more before speaking. There's outrage over an attack on a flight attendant. A passenger sucker punched the American Airlines crew member as the flight was midair from the Mexican beach town of Cabo to Los Angeles. You're listening to USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, around the country, our number 844-844-3388. Get to your calls coming up here. Going to try to get the audio. Tom Kelly sent me a link, the audio when he actually spoke with Lori, our $1,000 daily Drive Us bonus winner this past day. Watch that. We'll share that with you coming up here in a bit. Meanwhile, quickly, I mentioned Fiona. Probably, they're telling us, going to be one of the most significant impacts on eastern Canada that we've seen in quite some time. Satellite imagery showing Fiona with an enormous wind field, hurricane-force winds extending outward about 70 miles from the center, tropical storm-force winds extending 205 miles from the center. So we're talking about a 400-mile-wide wind field. Likely to be the most intense storm on record when taking into account the central pressure and the magnitude of the winds that are expected to strike eastern Nova Scotia this weekend. Now, back in 2019, there was Hurricane Dorian that did bring significant damage to Nova Scotia as a Category 1 hurricane, and it was in the process of losing wind as it made landfall along the south coast of Nova Scotia. Winds gusted as high as 96 miles per hour along the coast with that storm, which brought widespread damage to structures and trees. More than 500,000 people lost power. Dorian also made landfall over a more populated area, whereas Fiona's forecast to make landfall about 124 miles further east over Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia. Now, forecasters anticipate Fiona will make landfall still as a Category 2 hurricane Saturday morning local time, bringing severe impacts to the region that could be similar to, if not worse, than Dorian's impact in 2019. Widespread power outages, flooding with the torrential rain, isolated storm surge, and massive seas offshore in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Peak wind gusts 80 to 100 miles per hour from Fiona are expected from northern Nova Scotia to southwestern portions of Newfoundland early Saturday morning. Could see gusts approaching 120 miles per hour. Now, winds 40 to 60 miles per hour could spread from as far as eastern Maine to eastern Quebec and Labrador. Rainfall, downpours anticipated 4 to 8 inches that could occur across northern Nova Scotia and southwestern Newfoundland. Could see storm max totals approaching 10 inches of rain, possibly. So substantial flooding will be coming along with Fiona as well. All right, our number 844-844-3388. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. So, have you had any reports from Heat Wave? Has he been breaking down this week? You told us last week that Heat Wave was going to be breaking down this week.
Yeah, the Heat Wave has broke down. I don't know about Heat Wave breaking down. I think he's at the he's at the Hacienda this morning at this hour, but he's getting ready for another Denver run. He did just check in here.
Okay. Oh, very good then. Yeah, I was just wondering what his situation was, because I know what your prediction was for him there. After what happened to him with that other truck and trailer there with tires blowing out and whatever else there. So I was just checking. So, well, congratulations to our winner there. So glad to hear the overnight drive has struck gold. So, anyways there. So I hear on the news report that our president has promised Puerto Rico all kinds of restoration and going to restore the energy, the what do you call that?
Power grid
there, the power grid. He's going to restore the power. Now, is he going to restore it to what it was? So what does he need, like 24 extension cords and a case of 9-volt batteries, or is he going to make it new and improved and bring it up to either 20th or 21st century standards?
I mean, I heard him say, he said, we're 100%, we're going to cover the bill for 30 days, food, water, power grid, and all that stuff. So I'm guessing they'll be trying to make as much extensive repairs as possible, rack up the bill, because they ain't paying for it.
Exactly. And who's going to oversee this money? Are we just going to give the money to the Puerto Rican government and have them oversee it? Because, I don't know, when I was down there talking to some people down there, they didn't speak too highly of their local government officials for being too generous of taking care of the people when they got money from the United States. So just a curiosity factor there,
Yes,
who's overseeing that money? So, anyways, I don't know what else do we have. That's probably about what we got going. It's early in the night here, so but yeah, it's kind of cooled down over here too. We got 56 degrees out here and got a little bit of a breeze blowing, and we still got a bunch of branches falling out of the trees. You remember that bad storm we had there a while back? I don't know, a month and a half ago or whatever. And we had a bunch of trees and cut stuff come down. Well, there's a lot of branches that never came out of the trees there. So they finished dying and everything. And so now there's a bunch of dead branches and stuff hanging up in the trees. And this latest windstorm there has been bringing quite a few of them out there. So anybody in this area kind of watch yourself. If you never know when something might jump out of a tree at you or something.
Yeah, but what old 5'7" better watch out. He'll find that big tree laying across the road and hit it.
Without a doubt. He already got his first scuff with a deer. Of course, that's guaranteed. If you got something like that going on, you get something brand new or something nicely repaired or something, it's guaranteed you're going to get yourself a scuff mark on it there. So maybe now that's done, he can just sit back and relax now. But as you say, he's got a lot of problems there with trees jumping out in front of him and stuff like that. So anyways. But now with that, I guess we'll let you go there and see what else we can do. And hey, give us some more of them good keywords there. Maybe we can get a few more winners on this program, right?
Hey, and next hour we'll have our first keyword here on a Friday morning. There you go. Yes, indeed. TGIF, right? All right. It is 844-844-3388. Got a message. Someone said, it's my understanding the Clinton Foundation will be handling the money management in Puerto Rico. Is that for real? Okay. Meanwhile, what are we looking at? 16 before the hour. Get to some of our industry headlines here. I guess first things first. Well, we're talking all things Canadian here. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau signed off on Canada dropping the vaccine requirement for people entering the country at the end of September. So a little over a week from now. Canada, like the United States, has been requiring foreign nationals to be vaccinated when entering the country. Right now, they're saying still no change in the mandate in the U.S. in the near term. But unvaccinated foreign travelers who are allowed to enter Canada are currently subject to mandatory arrival tests and a 14-day quarantine. This official said Trudeau has agreed to let a cabinet order enforcing mandatory vaccination requirements to expire on September 30th. Now, they said earlier this week the Prime Minister needs to give the final sign-off. The official spoke on condition of anonymity at the time. The Trudeau's Liberal government still deciding whether to maintain the requirement for passengers to wear face masks on trains and airplanes. Unvaccinated professional athletes like Major League Baseball players will now be allowed to play in Toronto in the playoffs should the Blue Jays make the postseason. Right now, as things have been, baseball players have not been allowed to cross the border into Canada. Maybe we should follow suit, follow the lead. The president said the pandemic's over. That's what he said. All right. Interesting write-up from the Wall Street Journal this past day. Trying to recall how the headline read. Something about dangerous truck drivers. Yeah, what's that all about? Yeah, Amazon has rapidly built a sprawling network to move merchandise around the nation's highways. Many of the trucking companies that hired for all that driving are more dangerous than their peers, sometimes fatally so. According to this story, I'll share some of what's this all about. Are they fingering Amazon? Yeah, we shared the so-called top 10 list of companies involved with fatalities, but it wasn't all that realistic because all they did was share the numbers of fatality accidents involving a company. And as we said at the time, if you got a company with 20,000 trucks, you're going to probably be inclined to be involved in more accidents than the company with 5 trucks, right? More on that to come here. First, a quick time out, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the Amazon story. More dangerous than their peers? Yeah, they include one company whose driver was found with a crack pipe after running an Amazon trailer into a Minnesota ditch. He was convicted of driving while high. Another driver hauling Amazon freight involved in a fatal accident in Kansas after losing control while braking 2 months after his employer ignored a police order to fix the truck's brakes, according to the police reports. A third driver at another company had 2 crashes during a single trip between Amazon warehouses, ultimately careening across a Wyoming highway into an oncoming truck, killing its driver. All 3 of these companies received unsafe driving scores that raised red flags at the Transportation Department. A Wall Street Journal analysis of government data found between February of 2020 and early August of this year, more than 1,300 Amazon trucking contractors had received scores worse than the level at which DOT officials typically take action. DOT scores are a widely used industry standard for assessing trucker safety. Contractors that worked frequently for Amazon were more than twice as likely as all other similar companies to receive bad, unsafe driving scores. According to the journal's analysis, about 39% of the frequent Amazon contractors in their analysis received scores at that level. Trucking companies haul freight for Amazon have been involved in crashes that killed more than 75 people since 2015. Now, Amazon said its contractors had a rate of fatalities per vehicle mile actually about 7% lower than the industry average in 2020. It said it offers condolences to families of people killed in crashes that involves its contractors. Our goal, of course, is zero accidents, zero fatalities. Yeah, we run a very safe network of tens of thousands of drivers, though. Amazon said it eventually suspended all contractors involved in the Minnesota, Kansas, and Wyoming crashes. They said they would have cut ties sooner with the company whose driver was caught with a crack pipe had they known about that incident, which the Journal learned about from a public record. Mr. Dasgupta also said Amazon had recently made changes to its screening process for contractors, and that as of July, 96.5% met Amazon's internal threshold for safety scores, which is more stringent, they say, than the DOT's. Amazon said just 1% of its network fell short of their standards in September. But e-commerce, online shopping, has boomed in recent years, especially during the COVID pandemic, prompting Amazon to expand its logistics arm. They have bought or leased about 63,000 trailers since 2015 and hundreds of trucks to pull them. They hire outside companies that drive the loads, which in August totaled more than 1.5 million, according to Amazon. The market for long-haul truckers is highly fragmented, and attention to safety varies from company to company. Now, one trucking company that worked exclusively for Amazon, the now defunct Condor Riders Corporation, had an unsafe driving score that placed them amongst the most dangerous trucking companies in the nation in March and April of 2020. These government scores are based on speeding tickets and other infractions. June the 26th of 2020, Kazara Leacock was heading south on the Jersey Turnpike to attend a birthday party in Maryland when a Condor truck pulling an Amazon Prime trailer smashed into the back of the Toyota Camry she was driving. That impact killed her 1-year-old son and severely injured his 3-year-old brother. A motorist who stopped to help couldn't tell if it was a 4-door car or a 2-door car following the accident. Police ultimately ticketed Condor's driver for following too closely and careless driving, and eventually his license was suspended. Now, Amazon suspended Condor about 2 months after that crash. Now, they say, obviously, Amazon is not exempt from bad actors, but that the Journal's data analysis doesn't really reflect the safety performance of the majority of the roughly 50,000 trucking firms that rotate through their network. We disagree with the Journal's approach of looking at contractors' scores over a period of more than 2 years, arguing that a company's current monthly score would best capture their safety performance over time, which I don't really understand that. You could have a perfect month, 1 month, but horrible 6 months prior, Either way, it is 844-844-3388. Brain Dead checks in on a Friday. Happy Friday.
Merry Christmas, Steve.
Already?
Yeah. You were talking about Amazon there. I didn't catch the part about the crack pipe in the truck. That's kind of intriguing to me, but you know, how they got their model going of, you know, we're using these independent guys to pull our trailers. That story doesn't really surprise me. I've been seeing more and more of their trucks. They have in their own fleet they're building up right now. I've even seen them when I was doing P&D. They were going to some of the places and they were picking up freight, whether it be an independent guy, a day cab, or one of their own day cabs. Because in Memphis, we've got 8 warehouses right now. Yeah, figure that one out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it just seems like all you got to do now is just go down to your local Ryder or Penske, go rent a semi truck, go get your DOT number, go drive around, have one of them crashes like what you were talking about that was you just read,
mm-hmm.
and then go home. And you just close up shop and go home, and you have no liability at all. You know, there's got to be something where your personal property can be attached to that company. I mean, because these little guys here, I see these guys mainly are foreigners that come from, you know, like Pakistan or wherever. So it wouldn't surprise me to have a bad accident and leave. But Steve, you remember the other night we were talking about the ELD, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know, I love OOIDA. I think they're a wonderful organization. They've got their place, and I heard that they're trying to fight the e-logs. When are people going to realize that this world is changing every minute of the day? I mean, these things were coming sooner than later. And like you said, the only thing that these do is help keep you legal. Because if I remember right, I don't know how many ads on the TV just trying to get off our yard tonight. Or my bills to get off the yard tonight. Well, if you've been injured in a truck wreck,
mm-hmm.
call me. I'll get the most money possible.
Yep.
And see, back in the old days when we had the paper logs, because I know some people probably don't remember those days, it was very easy to fudge those logs. And if you got into an accident, whether you were at fault or not, it's okay. Well, how do we know you were in this location? How do we know you were off duty? How do we know that? So, and like you said, the hours of service is the problem. And it would be nice, and I've said this before, Steve, I think when you were on the other network, get Pat, get Crash, get Citizen, OOIDA, whoever, lock them in a room with bologna sandwiches and water and hammer out a deal and quit changing these hours of service.
Yeah.
When I was driving,
I mean, they go through years and years, and then every time they come out with something, well, one or the other actually sues to change it again. But I got to get my news break. Hang there.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Mortgage rates rose for the 5th consecutive week. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage climbed to 6.29%, according to a survey of lenders released by Freddie Mac. It was the second week in a row that rates topped 6%. The last time rates were this high was October 2008, when the United States was in a deep recession. America's top diplomat says Russia's president can't get away with destroying the international order with his war in Ukraine. Speaking to the UN Security Council, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said Putin began this conflict and he can end it.
If Russia stops fighting, the war ends. If Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine ends.
Another natural disaster strikes in Mexico.
Another large earthquake has struck Mexico early Thursday morning. A preliminary magnitude of 6.8 was centered again in the western state of Michoacan near the Pacific coast, causing buildings to sway, and at least one person has died in Mexico City as a result of the tremor. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
At an event in Washington, California Democratic Congressman Tony Cardenas advances his New Care Act, which looks to find homes for animals used in lab testing.
We're determined to try to make sure that we get this done as soon as possible, maybe by the end of this year. And if we don't, we're going to come together again and make sure that next year we get it done because this cruelty has to stop.
The House has approved a package of policing and public safety bills. A group of liberal Democrats held up votes for a couple of hours while objecting to accountability measures in the package. House Democratic leaders finally secured enough of the votes they needed, and voting got underway. The bill now heads to a 50-50 Senate. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Hurricane Fiona remains a concern as it departs the Caribbean heading north in the Atlantic. Felipe Papen with the National Weather Service tells Fox News Bermuda and this weekend Canada are in the storm's path.
We're forecasting up to 2 to 4 inches of rain for Bermuda. And then for Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and western Newfoundland, we're expecting 3 to 6 inches of rainfall with local maximum of up to 10 inches. And so this rainfall could result in areas of flooding, some of which may be significant.
Fentanyl overdoses in Wisconsin grew 97% since 2019, and the state issued a public health advisory to try to deal with the spike. Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher on Fox News says the problems at the southern border, like the influx of fentanyl, aren't just impacting the southern states.
We have crime directly related to lawlessness at the southern border that's claimed lives in my district. We have massive problems with fentanyl that's killing people in my district.
Republican Representatives Chris Smith and Kathy McMorris Rogers introduced a bill to protect pro-life pregnancy centers against a surge in violent attacks by pro-abortion terrorists. The Protect Pregnancy Care Centers Act of 2022 has 28 co-sponsors. Wall Street fearing a recession as at the closing bell, the Dow loses 107 points to close at 3076. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2. And it feels like fall. All right, we dropped a couple degrees during hour number. We're down to 56. Outside the bunker, 52 now at the airport. We had a mess around Indianapolis during the morning rush Thursday morning. downed power lines, forcing the closure of both directions of I-70 just east of downtown Indianapolis for roughly an hour. Right there during the morning commute, about 7:30 a.m., apparently a truck struck power lines, causing them to fall across both the east and westbound lanes of I-70. Cameras showed traffic backed up for miles in both directions before the power lines were removed and the interstate reopened about 8:30 a.m. Yeah, a lot of folks a little bit late for work there Thursday morning in Indianapolis. And, well, how about a Dumbass of the Week nominee? From the state of Georgia, the Department of Public Safety calling out a variety of violations following an unusual incident at a way station there. In a social media post this past day, the Georgia DPS says, "This is how you get our attention. Come into the way station, 35,860 pounds overweight, with the driver of the vehicle being towed, still in the driver's seat, headed to another state. During the inspection, discovered the driver of the tow truck had a non-commercial driver's license and had been cited twice for no medical card." Come on, people. They got the snapshot of the guy being towed, sitting in the driver's seat of the big rig he was towing. Not supposed to be done that way. All right, welcome back, Brain Dead.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, that's going to be a hefty ticket. 35,000 pounds.
Overweight. Wow.
Ooh. You know, I thought maybe my ex-wife was in that truck at one time, but I don't know.
Watch it.
But no, we've got to get back to the old days. If we're going to have to get back to the old days when we had the 10, the 15, and the 8. I mean, when they changed this back in, 2002, they really started screwing things up. The only thing that really came out of that is a 34-hour reset. I like that. I've always liked that. But the technology's changing, Steve, and it's going to be here to stay. I mean, no matter how hard we fight it, how hard people throw money at lobbying and whatnot, these things are not going away. You know, you have to learn that at times you have to adapt and adapt with the change. So one day, eventually, maybe we'll get everybody together, sit down with bologna sandwiches and water in the locker room, and hammer out something where we can agree upon mutually that this is the hours of service, regardless of what anybody else wants. But Steve, also too, have you noticed something, or is it just me over the last 6 months?
Well,
you remember about 6 months ago, there were all these news stories. Driver shortage, crying for drivers. Have you seen any of those lately, or is it just me?
It seems like those headlines have definitely gone to the back burner. I guess that's because freight has slowed down, you think?
But also, too, let me throw this one at you. Remember back 6 months ago, we were having this company was doing a sign-on bonus, and that company was doing a sign-on bonus, and this company was up in pay, and that company was up in pay. You haven't heard any of those lately, have you?
Not nearly as many, but you're right about that. Someone had emailed me last evening about a company that he believed was still offering like a $10,000 sign-on bonus, but I'm not hearing many of those.
No, and I don't. And like you said, it may have been the freight, but it kind of makes you wonder: is there really a driver shortage after all? It's like 6 months. We have plenty of drivers and no driver shortage. It's just kind of one of those things where you kind of make you want to scratch your head and go, you know. But by the way, Steve, but before you forget, if you got Dingbat down there that comment that said "Go Gators," she needs to definitely rehab that therapist checked out for a better psychiatrist, Steve. But have a good weekend.
All right, Saturday's almost here. We'll find out. Gators, they won last week. Can they make it 2 in a row? Like we say, we'll find out. All right, we did mention heat wave on board at the Hacienda, getting ready for another Denver run tonight. All right, that's 2 nights in a row. Happy hump day for Eskimo Mom, Friday for everybody else. Construction on 75 and 71, making life interesting tonight. Heads up, voter registration deadline for the November election in many states is in 18 days and 45 days till the general election in November the 8th. Doing my usual run tonight. We've got clear skies, 55 degrees on the big guy, 71 near Carrollton, Kentucky. Have a good weekend when you get around to it. All right. Big Sexy checking in from Truman, Arkansas. Getting ready to head out. What a difference a day makes. We've got 64 degrees, clear skies, and 51% humidity. A welcome break from the heat we endured the last 3 days. Yeah, with record highs. Yeah, all through the early half of the week. Looks like a high only going up to 77 today compared to those record highs Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Everybody be safe out there tonight. All right, Flint in the house. Don't worry, I don't drink the water. The beer, well. Flint, Michigan. I'm off for too long. Have a good night there, Jeff. Hunter, going to be in charge of seeing the restoration of the power grid in Puerto Rico. That's a brilliant idea, right? Timothy said, I love the cruiser. Yeah, for those that have the Facebook where you can actually be watching. I turned the lights off during the break there at the top of the hour. My son came over this past day, and he said, here, Dad, I think it was supposed to be my Father's Day gift, which he had ordered well before Father's Day. But it was a custom-made police cruiser, looked designed to identically pretty much match what he's out there patrolling the streets in. Custom painted. I guess this guy takes just a regular old blank cruiser, installs the lights and everything. The lights operate, the sirens operate with all the different sounds, and custom painting of his particular police department. And actually on the back bumper, it's got his badge number on it. He said that was your Father's Day gift. He said it just finally came in. Little bit of a delay, but. Yeah, I'll pop the lights back on there so folks can see that. It's pretty nifty. All right. Thank you, son, for the Father's Day gift. Country Bumpkin checking in from West Michigan, 45 degrees tonight. Brr. Have a great weekend to the Overnight Drive Nation. And there's Dave on board. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday, Hot Shot Nation. See what 5-7 has going on out there. Morning, 5-7. Steak sauce.
Hey, I just your story about your toy police car there, model, really. They're toys to kids, but they're models to us.
Yeah.
I'm 65. I'm starting to pass out some of my stuff I've collected, over the years. And I had Tonka trucks. So I send 2 Tonka trucks up to my grandson. And he pulls these great big, they were, one's a yellow construction dump truck. The other was a red pickup truck. And, of course, they're hollow. They got the plastic, glass in them. Wheels, the wheels don't turn, they roll, but they, turn. And, they make everything look so real today. Mm. Back then, we were required to use imagination, but when my grandson said, Grandpa, you should have heard what your great-grandson said. I pulled him out of the box. I put him on the ground, and my great-grandson goes over to the box and starts looking around for the remote. They're so used to. He said, "Son, this is your great-grandpa's day. You're going to have to get on your knees and push them. You got to drive them yourself." So I thought, Rich, I called I'm cruising just south of the house. The wind's blowing down here, so I can confirm that about your windstorm situation. But oddly enough, I'm about just south of the house, and I'm going by a quarter-mile stand of a tree, and there's about just enough room to pull the tractor off the road, tractor trailer off the road, and I mean they're right on the edge, and most of them are, they're pretty old, and the winds are blowing, and I'm thinking, you know what? I'm glad I got these new headlights because I'm a little bit tree wary right now. And then you and horse feathers goes right into that story.
Well, give us the rest of the story. Did you tell the boss about the deer strike this past day? What do you have to say about that?
I ain't said anything yet.
Okay.
I'll give him a full report. Oil pressure, water temperature, all the fittings are tight. It don't leak. They put all brand new air conditioning stuff up front, so it runs. It's like a brand new truck. Well, listen, I seen a driver roll out in the woods in a wide spot where you could pass 4 fully loaded semis back, through this wide spot, and our driver run off into the ditch, rolled the truck over, and was sitting there. The very next day, they gave him another tractor, another trailer, and it had to be an odd feeling to drive by your wrecked rig. It laid out there for a week. So I imagine that little scuff. I wish I'd hit my brake. It would have gone, because he did put my outward-facing camera in here. But what it was is the mama deer, the herd moved off to the right. So I said, well, they're moving in the right direction. The road's clear. Just out of the corner of my eye, it looked like it didn't have a spot, but it was a little deer. So it was wanting to get to the safety of its herd and didn't make it. But I just wanted to call in on that situation there, and appreciate anybody. We do care about each other out here. At the end of the day, we want everybody to make it home safe.
Yes, sir.
And that's what the show is all about, right? Is to keep us awake at night, and keep us on our toes, keep us up to date. I just don't feel like getting into I had some politics on my mind, but we'll just leave that be for a while.
It's Casual Friday. Casual Friday, right?
That's it. I ain't wearing underwear today. Shirt today. And by the way, just okay, I will say this is okay. I had if Gilligan calls out, you ask him, how does he know what a drag race meant?
I'll see. We'll get the rest of the story. There you go.
There you go. There's a question there. There's always a story behind the story. So let's have a little bit of fun tonight. And other than that, we'll be copying the mail. 5-7, we down.
Gilligan been participating in drag racing. Okay. All right, 844-844-3388. We've got clear lines. The best nights of all year to see Jupiter in the night sky are about to take place as the planet takes center stage in the night sky. A showing unlike any other in nearly 6 decades. The Sun, the Earth, and Jupiter will nearly align perfectly next Monday, the 26th, during an event that happens only every 13 months called the Jupiter Opposition. This is also around the same time that the gas giant is closest to the Earth, they tell us. Now, just one day before opposition, Jupiter will be about 367 million miles away from the Earth. The closest the two planets have been in 59 years, according to NASA. Last time Jupiter was this close was 1963, when John Kennedy was president of the United States. Although the nights of the 25th and 26th will be the best nights to view Jupiter, stargazers will have plenty of time to see the planet shine in all its glory. I mean, I've been stepping outside all summer long. Jupiter been shining bright. But as the distance between Earth and Jupiter gradually begins to increase, headed into October, Jupiter will ever so gradually start to become noticeably dimmer. The difference in brightness between September the 26th versus October 26th won't really be noticeable to the naked eye, meaning almost any cloud-free night over the next few weeks will be a good chance to observe the planet. But in the weeks surrounding opposition, like right now, Jupiter is the brightest object, brighter than any other natural object in the sky, with the exception of the moon and the sun. But I think we got a new moon tonight anyway, right? Yeah, people of all ages, even those who are near a light-polluted city, easily pick out Jupiter among the sea of countless stars in the sky. All right, Jupiter's close encounter, an excellent opportunity for stargazers who are learning the ins and outs of a new telescope. If you choose to zoom in on Jupiter with virtually any telescope, you'll actually be able to witness the 4 largest moons. The moons of Jupiter orbit the planet so fast that people who look at the planet through a telescope for several nights in a row will actually see the moons in different positions. Now, the more powerful telescopes may also reveal the colorful bands of clouds in the atmosphere. Of course, the famous giant Great Red Spot, which is the storm that's been churning for hundreds of years on the planet. Of course, the most powerful telescope ever created recently captured some incredible images of Jupiter, giving scientists a unique look at the largest planet in our solar system. The James Webb Telescope showed that the planet, the Great Red Spot, actually an aurora glowing around its poles and even its faint ring, albeit not as large or bright as the rings of Saturn. Yeah, there's one image that kind of sums up the science of our Jupiter system program. The James Webb Telescope. All right, there you go. Quick time out and we return. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, as we roll toward news break, bottom of the hour. Then we got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. And a quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collectors' cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, Friday morning. Now, we kicked it off earlier this week. It's the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway. Brought to you by TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Now, this $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway, it's, as I mentioned a bit ago, a nationwide cash contest involving multiple radio stations. For instructions on how to enter and what the complete rules, simply go to tncradio.live and check the contest page there. Now, I've been trying to play the audio of the interview with Tom Kelly and Laura this past day when he gave her a call after she actually got the call originally. And I can't get the audio to come through for some reason, but initially she said, the phone rang and I didn't recognize the number and I wasn't going to answer, but she picked up and she said, "You've just won $1,000 cash." And that's kind of the key. If you're like me and so many others, I know we get these spam calls, like, would you like to renew your extended automobile warranty and all that kind of garbage you get. But if she had not answered that call, the way the contest works, they go to the next person on the list until they find a winner. They actually do 2 winners per day for $1,000 each work day. So how about our first keyword here on a Friday morning? Here we go. Your chance to win $1,000 cash. Keyword for this hour is bounty. Y'all familiar with like the Bounty paper towels, right? B-O-U-N-T-Y, bounty. Enter that keyword at tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. And, of course, we'll have another keyword coming your way later this morning before we close things out at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Keep on listening, 10 a.m., 7 p.m. Central Time. Additional keywords, chances to win in the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Mortgage rates rose for the 5th consecutive week. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage climbed to 6.29%, according to a survey of lenders released by Freddie Mac. It was the second week in a row that rates topped 6%. The last time rates were this high was October 2008, when the United States was in a deep recession. America's top diplomat says Russia's president can't get away with destroying the international order with his war in Ukraine. Speaking to the UN Security Council, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said Putin began this conflict and he can end it.
If Russia stops fighting, the war ends. If Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine ends.
Another natural disaster strikes in Mexico.
Another large earthquake has struck Mexico early Thursday morning. A preliminary magnitude of 6.8 was centered again in the western state of Michoacan near the Pacific coast, causing buildings to sway, and at least one person has died in Mexico City as a result of the tremor. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
At an event in Washington, California Democratic Congressman Tony Cardenas advances his New Care Act, which looks to find homes for animals used in lab testing.
We're determined to try to make sure that we get this done as soon as possible, maybe by the end of this year. And if we don't, we're going to come together again and make sure that next year we get it done, because this cruelty has to stop.
The House has approved a package of policing and public safety bills. A group of liberal Democrats held up votes for a couple of hours while objecting to accountability measures in the package. House Democratic leaders finally secured enough of the votes they needed, and voting got underway. The bill now heads to a 50-50 Senate. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back on our casual Friday. There you go. And plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. There's Linwood checking in. Four-wheeling on down to San Antone and the home 20. Got 76 degrees on I-10 West, just out of El Paso this hour. All right. Good to have you on board this Friday morning, Linwood. Shorty on board, running 4 hours behind because of a truck crash yesterday morning on I-4 in Lakeland, Florida. Never heard what happened, but shut down westbound completely for hours. Okay, I'll see if I can dig anything up on that. Michael makes a good comment. Wonder if Biden's going to send any electric emergency response vehicles to Puerto Rico. All right, because you can't charge them right now. Yeah, this push for electric vehicles. That is a very excellent point, as Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory. I wonder if are they going to be mandated to go electric by the year 2035? I have to look into that, because there's no way in hell. Their power grid is horrible when it's running good. Let's see. Shorty says, is tomorrow your get out of YouTube jail card? No. It was 2 weeks. Yeah, we'll still be off YouTube all next week as well. Yeah, I was conversing with some of the guys a few mornings ago, and the original First Strike was for an episode, and I could swear it was August the 11th. And then, so you had the 1 week suspension, can't see anything, the YouTube, and the second strike, I believe, is the same program that got strike one. So I spoke to Josh a few days ago. I know he's been very busy because he's been at the big farm show there up in London, Ohio. That was Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week. I'm assuming Josh and Kyle have packed things up. Hell, they may be heading back to Mount Gilead, hauling the trailer this morning, for all I know. But I was having him check into whether. Question is, like when a program gets a strike for something that was said, do we have to actually go in and remove that particular episode, that particular program? Or like when we get back on, they say, hey, that's a strike, It's because a third strike in 90 days, I do believe, gets you like a permanent ban. So they're checking into that. But I could have swore it was the same date that got strike one and strike two. Comment about the 2020 election, So, all right, we talked earlier this week about cargo thieves, meat cargo thieves in Nebraska stole another truck and trailer loaded with meat. The York Police Department reports the latest in a string of large-scale meat thefts in the state of Nebraska. According to the latest news release, last Saturday, between 5 a.m. and 6:30 a.m., suspects stole a semi-truck and Great Dane refrigerated trailer loaded with 37,000 pounds of meat products. From the 3500 block of South Lincoln Avenue in York, Nebraska, police were able to determine the suspects offloaded the meat into another trailer at the Waco exit off I-80. Both the truck and trailer were later recovered. Anyone with information asked to call the York County Crime Stoppers. Police are investigating whether this York meat theft may be connected to similar incidents in Grand Isle, Nebraska, where they reported a similar cargo theft believed to have occurred on Friday, the 16th of September, the day before. 3 trailers loaded with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of meat products were stolen from that facility in Grand Isle. So far, neither the meat or the trailers in that case have been recovered. But then we had a similar incident in Grand Isle sometime between June the 24th and 26th, when another 2 semis were used to steal 3 semi-trailers loaded with meat. Both trucks and 2 of the trailers were ultimately recovered by the Nebraska State Patrol outside of the Grand Isle city limits. The trailers were empty, of course. The trailer that's still missing, believed to have contained $232,000 worth of beef from the JBS beef plant there. Yeah, I saw the little photograph there. Big Sexy probably like to see that. The Arkansas Razorbacks college football team have a new international Lone Star to help haul their equipment, and it's all completely wrapped in the Arkansas Razorbacks look. Pretty sharp-looking truck. The Arkansas headquartered trucking J.B. Hunt donated the customized Lone Star and trailer to the University of Arkansas football squad. The Razorbacks shared a video from the team Twitter account giving a closer look at the big rig that's going to be hauling their gear to the away games throughout the season. Like I said, very sharp-looking truck there. 18 before the hour on a Friday morning, and Scarecrow, I believe. Morning, Scarecrow.
Well, I slid by this time, but it'll come up again, no doubt. You brought out the Dumbass of the Week nomination there, and right away I'm thinking, now what the hell did I do? And all I could think was, well, Steve learned that the dumbass crow forgot to write down that second keyword last night. It came out, I was just coming out of Milwaukee in traffic and whatnot, so I didn't have a chance to write it down, but it was such a simple word, right?
Yeah.
Oh, shucks, we'll remember that. Well, and before I clocked out yesterday in the yard, I entered the first word, and then I come around and thinking, what the hell was that second one? And what a dumbass you are, Crow. And that's where that went. But there'll be more opportunities to be nominated, no doubt.
Did you get your first keyword? Would you write that down? Bounty. Just remember paper towels. Bounty.
I got it here, pal. I got her. We got wide open roads here. I had the ability to scratch it. It is kind of intriguing, though, a lot of my notes way. When I get to a place where I can read them, there is some deciphering that sometimes has to go, whether trying to figure out what the letter is or the number is that I've written down. But now we've got you covered on the first one here. And then under the heading, Inquiring Minds Wanted to Know, if you remember last night, Heatwave was promoting, if you're listening, Heatwave, yeah, he was promoting some all-around, all-body deodorant.
Yes, Lumi.
What the... Yeah, well, yeah, it came out, how the hell do you really spell that or pronounce it? That's it. So I did a Google search, typed in how do you pronounce Lumi deodorant. Well, it gave me both the Lume and it told me how to pronounce deodorant too. But it's, what the hell was it? Lume. Loom. That's how it's technically pronounced.
Really?
But, yeah, trust me on this. Anyway, last night over the mealtime, we jokingly, the bride and I will say, well, what'd you learn in school today? And she asked me, I said, well, you wouldn't believe this. I heard about this deodorant that you can apply in every square inch of your body there and even the most intimate areas. And she looked at me like, yeah, tell me something that I don't know about already. She said, what rock did you just crawl out from under? And what the hell? Why have I not heard about this before? But no, she said, no, we don't have any in the house. But it was old news to her. So,
I had never heard of it. Because right at the end of the show yesterday morning, Doughboy sent me one of the commercials, and it's like a 2-minute commercial. But I'll admit this particular commercial was kind of funny, but. I don't know. It's like what do they call it? It's shame advertising. And everybody, you're going to smell like ass if you don't use this product. Everybody stinks, So, unbelievable.
Man. I guess there's a market for everything. We know that. Oh shucks. So anyway, thinking about that Clinton Foundation Association, I've totally forgotten about details, but weren't they in some pretty hot water several years back?
Yeah.
About, misappropriated funds, and
Haiti.
then
In Haiti.
Chelsea came in the mix, and she was going to be in charge, and I don't know. It sounds, again, letting them deal with any of that Puerto Rican funding. It sounds another way to further finance their retirement there. But anyway, I'm watching the report last night on the news. Russia, they're kind of all in turmoil over there too right now after Putin decided to call in the guard / the backup second stringers way. The mass migration to the borders and airline travel is booked. Everybody's getting in line to get the hell out of the country. I think the facts about this war have maybe made it to the Russian citizenry and whatnot that it's Putin's war and it's not Russia's war and whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is quite a significant number that had been arrested in various cities and whatnot, there yesterday, and so and then the prime thing. Well, we've been down that road many times before, and I'm well aware that when you hire the masses, you're going to get the good and the bad. That's the way it is. But let me tell you, if there's a blue trailer within eyeshot of me, I'm kissing that fog line over here, because if they're coming by me, I know they're going to be taking a foot out of my lane. That's time after time. History is proving that. So, and I'm trying to think too. We got some construction up here in Milwaukee, about a 4-mile stretch. They've been repaving on 94 overnights, so they have lane closures and such routinely. And the example, how much attention do people pay? And this is four-wheelers as well as truck drivers. The lack of attention paid to driving these days is just unreal. Now this stretch, when you'll have 6 signs that say, right 2 lanes closed ahead. And now you have flashing arrows that you can see up ahead. See, if you still get trucks running down, the right lane, then the center lane, and all but taking out the barricades when it comes time to shift over. There's just so little attention, paid to the driving at hand and such way. I think as Brain Dead the other night mentioned about, the tailgating that takes place, and that the very next night, that would have been last night coming down. No, I'm stuck at 65. I apologize to you all. Truck passing me, showed him at 71. Yet there's another rig, wasn't 5, I kid you not, 5 feet off his tail, his doors, and he could not wait for this truck to merge over in front of me. Once he did, slide over, see, this guy had 3 feet of rubber beyond the left side of that yellow line. He just could not stand to back out of it, a couple miles an hour just for, 15 seconds or whatever. But this you see over and over and over again. It's, my thoughts are to stick with it another 3 years or so, behind the wheel and bail out at 70. And these days I'm having a hard time, even thinking, surviving one more year with all the odds that are against a person that's out here today. And the whole plan to maybe hang on to the CDL after retirement, I'm having less and less interest and desire to even come back out here again when that day ever arrives. But well, I guess that's enough whining and whatnot. This is supposed to be Casual Friday here, so got anybody else in line there? Otherwise, I'll burn up a couple more minutes.
It's very quiet on the phones. No, so yeah, that's 844-844-33. It's almost like a Monday. Where's everybody at tonight? What the hell?
really. Well, we've wound up that way in recent Fridays, too, on occasion. But, well, I'll finish out here. You remember, a year back, I had a partner I had propped up in the seat over here by the name of Bone Jangles.
Yes, absolutely.
He through the holiday, the Halloween and Thanksgiving season. In fact, he's been riding me shotgun in my four-wheeler ever since. And he wears many different hats at times. Well, now this kind of sets the stage. We, our best friends, we've hung with them as almost family for about 30 years. We do our camping with them and our bike riding and whatnot. And likewise, their kids, grew up along with our kids, so they're all about the same age and whatnot. And now, well, there's grandkids that come into the mix too when we get to do our camping and such. And in fact, there's even a great grandmother that joins in once in a while. But Bone Jangles, he always joins us when we're camping, and he's always propped up in a recliner close to the fire and whatnot. So the youngsters, the grandkids, they get a big charge out of that. And the youngest one, he's about 4 right now. Now, I got a text from his mom a couple days back. Now, I've somehow garnered the title Uncle John, even though there's no blood there, but we treat him like, grandkids and such. But the young guy, he told his mom that he thinks Uncle John should take Bone Jangles to the bar.
Oh, yeah?
Now, I don't, well, I guess I can figure it out how he associates with Bone Jangles and beer and Uncle John and whatnot. But so I sent the message back, can Grandpa come with then? And yeah, that was cool. Well, then the little guy's dad, he chimed in and asked if he could come too. And so now I guess we're going to have to make a weekend event out of this and whatnot. But either way, the kids, they learn quick, they catch on, and you can't, the thoughts of hiding things from, kids and whatnot, it does not work. You got to mind your P's and Q's at all times and whatnot.
Yes, sir.
But either way, there's your casual edition for Friday. We'll make room for the next one here, and maybe that loneliest hour we'll throw some at the fan for you and see what happens.
There you go. All right.
Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you. Bone Jangles, right? I guarantee you get some odd looks from people when you're rolling down the road with your skeleton passenger in the car. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a couple minutes away from news break as we roll toward top of the hour. Heading down the home stretch for hour number 2. And good morning. Greetings from Houston, Texas. It's a chilly 83 degrees here. Yeah, you're a funny guy. We're facing frigid highs in the mid-90s for the next week at least. Seriously, though, we're all so excited to have a winner so early in our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. Who wants to be the next $1,000 winner? All right, coming up later this morning, right after the overnight drive, TNCRadio.live, it's Mind Your Truckin' Business. Discuss the pending vote by the railroad unions. 2 things to note. Number 1, the votes will take place after the midterms. Now, I had not heard that. I knew, I did. Why so long? And number 2, the vote might not be as much of a slam dunk as we all thought this time a week ago. Listen in to see if you agree with our concerns. Again, on Mind Your Truckin' Business this morning. We talked earlier this week. I shared the one story kind of alluding to the fact of all this line of thinking that it's a done deal with this tentative rail agreement. By no means, apparently, is it. They're interviewing a number of the rank and file who say, it's going to be a no vote. No guarantee there may be a strike after the midterms, in other words. Either way, coming up, it's after Mind Your Truckin' Business, 2 hours of the maestro, Ron Samuels, and his ongoing review of the best in popular music. Remember, TNC Radio is here for you 24 hours a day at tncradio.live. I did have separately a rail story. While the shippers are greatly relieved, they say, that last week's potential strike was averted after 2 of the biggest unions reached a tentative agreement with the freight railroads for the new contract. Shippers are still wary about whether ratification of the agreements would actually even improve service. I guess ratification would have to happen first, and there's no guarantees that's even going to happen. I don't want everybody to think now that we've solved this labor issue that we're done. According to the vice president of the petrochemicals and midstream for the American fuel and petrochemical manufacturers, we'll tell you some of his additional concerns from the report in Freight Waves this past day. Lots to cover on a Friday. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is announcing additional relief for Puerto Rico just days after Hurricane Fiona wreaked havoc on the island. In addition to a disaster declaration, Biden is authorizing complete restoration efforts.
100% funding for debris removal, search and rescue, power and water restoration, and shelter and food for the month.
He made the announcement in New York City, which is home to the largest Puerto Rican population off the island. Americans are paying more for goods like food and gas because of inflation. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is continuing to call out Democratic senators from specific states for supporting their party's spending packages.
If just one single senator, just one, from Georgia, Arizona, Colorado, New Hampshire, or Washington had refused to give their vote to President Biden's reckless spending, the working families and small business owners of these states would not be dealing with this much inflation.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot is responding to statements made by McDonald's CEO about the crime in Chicago. He said the city is in crisis. The mayor responding by saying the fast food executive should educate himself more before speaking. Lightfoot also pointed to the city-based report that claims 112 companies have moved to the city over the last 18 months. There's outrage over an attack on a flight attendant. A passenger sucker punched the American Airlines crew member as the flight was midair from the Mexican beach town of Cabo to Los Angeles. In a statement, the union that represents flight attendants saying they want the passenger to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Voters will head to the polls this November to choose the next Congress, which begins in January. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, claims Democrats are ignoring what he believes to be top issues for Americans, like inflation and crime.
They aren't addressing any of the problems that keep moms and dads up at night. They aren't tackling any of the issues that are leaving small business owners unable to pay their bills or unsafe in inner city locations, or both.
Just 2 weeks after President Biden delivered what he termed a speech on extreme MAGA Republicans, a North Dakota man is accused of killing a teen with his SUV because he thought the boy was a Republican extremist. Police say the man admitted to fatally striking the teenage pedestrian with his car after they had a political argument. The LSU football program is being placed on probation for 1 year due to recruiting violations. The NCAA handing down the ruling on Thursday. A former assistant coach admitted to meeting with a high school player during the COVID-19 pandemic at a time when recruiting was supposed to be off limits. He's since been fired. Week 3 of the NFL season kicks off Thursday night with the Cleveland Browns playing host to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kickoff set for just after 8:15 p.m. on Amazon Prime. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Suspense. The Shadow knows. Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
we go. Another hour in the books. Round number 3 on a Friday morning. Okay, so we were talking about the railroads. Don't want everybody to think now that we've solved the labor issue, which technically it's not done. There have been a lot of rail shippers coming out and saying, great that we've solved this and we're glad, but the work's not done. We are still in the middle of a supply chain crisis. One of the big concerns is whether the tentative agreements will be enough to retain the existing unionized workforce, some of whom feel the PSR has stretched them too thin. Another is whether the railroads will be able to find all the additional workers that are going to be necessary to ensure network capacity and meet the service needs. That could be a real challenge, not only because of the difficulty in finding qualified workers, but also because of work-life balance issues that the labor negotiations actually spotlighted. The tentative agreements have started to address those lifestyle issues with adjustments in attendance and sick leave policy, but some railroaders question whether more needs to be done. In other words, they may not feel this agreement is a go. Now, if the Class 1 railroads do sustain their recent hiring initiatives, which they kind of kick-started this year to improve rail service, another question is whether the railroads can reach desired staffing levels while minimizing costs to the customers. They could reduce dividends and stock buybacks or reassess executive and senior management compensation. That probably would be an attractive option for investors. According to one of the shippers they spoke to, railroads have also been earning billions in profits, which obviously makes those options possible. Some observers say, but the railroads are arguing that those billions are needed to maintain network infrastructure, since the railroads are the ones that fund the infrastructure improvements. For now, shippers tell FreightWaves that expanding the railroad workforce even more would enhance service because it would provide the rail network with a bit of elasticity, especially if workers are out for medical reasons, as happens when many are out sick or had to quarantine back during the peak of the COVID pandemic. The system, though, is stretched about as thin as it can be, according to the American Chemistry Council, as far as if there had been a shutdown and exploring other contingency plans, there really wasn't much left in the bag of tricks that could have kept things moving. Chemical shippers were having service issues even leading up to the narrowly averted shutdown, and were already employing some contingency plans. If a strike had occurred last week, there could have been some movement of freight to the trucks, but because of the existing service issues, some members were already putting additional cars on the network to try and maintain deliveries. Truth of the matter is, there's only so much storage at our facilities, and there's only so many options besides rail, not just to move feedstocks like crude oil, but to move products and byproducts like butane and asphalt and sulfur, all those things. And, of course, much of that was not moving last week, as Zorro pointed out earlier. You ain't got nothing going on right now because they're waiting for the rails to catch up on their shipments. And back to the calls. Who we got here on a Friday morning?
Country Bumpkin, Mr. Summers. How are you?
Well, hello there, Country Bumpkin. It's been a while.
Yes, it has.
About a month since you checked in last.
Yeah, I listen to every podcast. My hours have changed. You know, this ELD thing, like me, for instance, I live 3 hours from where I pick up my truck at. So I get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I drive over here, pick up my truck, get loaded, and then I run another 11 hours to Kansas City. So, I'm up for 20 hours. and do it on a regular basis. You know, that ELD don't cover that because I'm in my personal vehicle. I'm still driving. So that's one for that. And I'm going to jump around a little bit here. You remember reporting on that alligator that was in the Kalamazoo River?
I sure do.
Yeah, did they ever find that gator?
I never got an update whether they did or not.
Yeah, I was just wondering. You know, I remember when I was a kid, every once in a while, you'd hear of them finding a gator because Kmart used to sell gators, little gators. I don't know if you remember that far back or not.
No.
But Kmart and Kresge's, yeah, they used to sell monkeys and little alligators and a bunch of that stuff. And every once in a while you hear about somebody finding a gator in a pond where it got too big and, you know, something they just dumped it out.
Wow.
Yeah. And, you know, I live in Michigan, which is a cold climate. And every once in a while you hear about one where turn loose. And so, but you got any plans for the weekend?
Still got to get that damn cover on the pool. That's priority number one.
Well, you know, tenant night would fix that problem.
Well, yeah. But we just got a new pool last year, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but
that would take her down. Take her down.
What's that?
That's that would take her down pretty quick.
Oh yeah. I hear. I'm surprised to hear Gilligan on here tonight. I was told that he's the president of GMA Enterprises, and they took the whole $20 profit from last year and spent it in a cat house.
Well, they didn't get much for that, did they?
No. Hey, do you remember Hudson and Landry?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you could play that the Ajax Airlines and the Ajax Mortuary. I don't know if you remember those. Those were funny.
I think
funny.
I was trying to think. Who was that? Were they the ones that did the cement rocket ship or something? I'm trying to.
I am not sure. I remember the Ajax Mortuary, and they had another one where they was interviewing the government, some guy running for governor, and the current governor was heckling them in the audience. And I know the one line I remember was, he says, "I'm going to stop rape." He said, "Yeah, you better. You did 6 years in San Quentin for it."
I remember that. Yeah.
That was hilarious. And that'd be some. He's right up there with Roy D. Mercer. I think they were short-lived though. I've got their CD at home. But yeah, that's about it. We're going to a band Saturday night. Listen to a live band, and I'm get home tomorrow. Get about 3 hours sleep. Run down to 2.5 hours to northern Indiana. Visit a friend of mine up in Gulfport, Mississippi, and then go back home. So
very good.
It'll add to my 3,000 miles for the week. Okay, sir. Y'all have a good weekend, everybody, and we'll get you out here next week.
Thank you for checking in. You got it. Yes. So yeah, Hudson and Landry. I remember those. Now I'm going back when we still had the carts. We hadn't even gone digitally. I remember having the carts. We had to plug in, had some of those bits, and what's that? Back in the early 1970s, I think it was. Hudson and Landry, Ajax Liquor Store, and yeah, I remember the one about the mortuary as well. See if I can pull some of that up. That was fun stuff, right? Shadow Chaser. Morning, Shadow Chaser.
Morning, Steve. Good Friday morning, sir, Steve.
Happy Friday.
Hey, my sister's husband, years ago, Steve, he was manager at McDonald's up there by Henrietta, New York, and Foster Brooks lived up there. And Foster Brooks, quite often he comes to McDonald's. And where he comes in McDonald's, if there's a new person behind the counter waiting on him, he would always pull his drunk routine on her.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to say when he come in there. I thought he's drunk. He's just sober as hell.
The man could play. Yes, somebody told me that he didn't drink at all, right? He didn't drink, but he could play a drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Foster Brooks.
Yeah, he's very good. Oh, yeah. He's a classic. Oh, Steve, have a good rest of the weekend there.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in here, and be safe out
Hey,
there.
if you wait long enough, you can make your swimming pool ice skating rink.
You're right. Just leave the cover off and do some ice skate. It won't be long for it to be cold enough for that, will it? All right. Yeah, we just spoke to Country Bumpkin. Checking in from West Michigan this morning. All right. That's got to be Scotty, right? 'Cause I don't know. Why is it when you post something, it just says Facebook user? It never gives your name. He said, I need that die-cast police car. That's pretty sharp. And is that a coffee mug with your ugly mug on it? That indeed is. That is a coffee mug that Myra had customized. She gave that to me for Christmas. Got my photo on there in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I don't know. Coffee mugs they're not big if you're in a truck, you need the big thermos thing to keep your coffee hot or your cold drinks cold. Yeah, these kind of deals don't work too well out there bumping up and down the roadway. So I don't think they have any plans on making coffee mugs. But meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Get back to the calls here just a moment. Got an email from Robert who says, I saw something on the news the other day about the federal government, I can't remember which agency, wanting all new vehicles to be equipped with the alcohol monitors, the tube you blow in before you're able to start the vehicle. So I did a quick search, and the agency you are referencing is the National Transportation Safety Board, recommending all new vehicles be required to have blood alcohol monitoring systems that can stop an intoxicated person from driving. If enacted by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, it would reduce the number of alcohol-related crashes, one of the biggest causes of highway deaths in the country. This new push was included in the report released earlier this week about a horrific crash last year in which a drunk driver collided head-on with another vehicle near Fresno, California, killing both adult drivers and 7 children. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said this week that roadway deaths are at crisis levels here in the U.S. Nearly 43,000 people were killed last year, the greatest number in 16 years. And early estimates show fatalities rising again through the first half of this year. Now, the National Transportation Safety Board, they do not have regulatory authority. They can only ask other agencies to do something. So they're going to put the pressure on the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to do this. It could be effective as early as maybe 3 years from now, they say. Yeah, we've been pushing the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to explore alcohol monitoring technology for 10 years now. The faster the technology is implemented, the more lives we can save. So the recommendation also calls for systems to monitor a driver's behavior, making sure they're alert. Said many cars now have cameras pointed at the driver, which have the potential to limit impaired driving. All right, they've hired some Swedish firm. There's the National Transportation Safety Board and a group of 16 automakers that have been jointly funding research on these monitoring systems all the way back since 2008, a group called the Driver Alcohol Detection System for Safety. There's another company working on light technology that could test for blood alcohol in a person's finger. Breath technology could be ready by the end of 2024. Now, the breath technology they're talking about, it's not, I guess, for years, people that have had several DUIs, they would install these lock systems where you have to blow into a tube to check your blood alcohol level. Yeah, this would not be that kind of technology. You wouldn't have to blow. Supposedly the system is going to catch the breath as you're breathing. Now, it could take 1 or 2 more model years after the implementation to get the technology in the new vehicles. Yeah, once that technology is ready, they said it'll take years for it to be in most of the 280 million vehicles that are on the roads today. But under last year's bipartisan infrastructure law, Congress required the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to make automakers install alcohol monitoring systems within 3 years. They can seek an extension. In the past, that's been very slow to enact these kind of requirements. The legislation did not specify what technology, only that it has to passively monitor a driver to determine if they're impaired. Passively. All right. So, you heard that, and it was the National Transportation Safety Board recommendation. Thanks for the email there, Robert, and thanks for listening in. It's me again, Margaret.
It's me again, Margaret. Did my number show up this morning?
It did. Hey, yes, it did.
All right.
So you
got
her fixed, huh?
Well, what I done, I deleted your number, the show number, off of my phone book there, and I just dialed you point blank with my fingers,
Okay.
Well, yeah. Okay, but as long as it showed up, that's good. I'll go back in there after a while and put the show number back in my phone book where I just have to push one button.
All right, that'll work. So what's been going on, Tex?
Well, let me ask you, Steve. Now, what's this deal with these three planets lining up? What kind of mess we can get into now? This Armageddon or what?
No, the planets they've been kind of lined up all summer long, Tex. I mean, earlier this year, it was actually, you could see it was Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. All four were lined up earlier this year. Right now, you can still go out and see Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. I don't think Venus is still showing.
I don't know. Hey, look at him. Now, Steve. What they want to go off with that moon for? I mean, I hear rumors that they're trying to bring a whole bunch of dump truck loads of rock down here. What kind of rock is it for?
Well, there's several things they're looking for. The main thing they want to get from the moon is something called helium-3, I believe it is, that can be extracted from some of those rocks.
I mean, it's costing us millions and billions of dollars to go up there and bring back 3 rocks. What do they use it for?
If you can get the country that can find a way to mine and bring back helium-3 to the Earth will have they'll have the ability to provide energy. It's somehow helium-3. They'd have enough energy to supply the planet for 100 years, supposedly.
Well, for how many dump truck loads? Oh, what I'm saying.
Well,
I mean, they say they went to that moon up there and brought back 3 or 4 little old rocks about the size of a marble. And how we going to mine up there on the moon and bring all them rocks back?
It's one step at a time, Tex. That's all I know. I mean, did you ever think we'd see a International Space Station flying over, doing all kind of experience? They've been up there for nearly 20 years now.
Yeah, but they ain't up there on that moon. It's up there. I see airplanes up there all the time.
Yeah, and you ain't seeing them on the moon.
We ain't seeing them on the moon. That's right. We ain't never going to the moon. I mean, they supposed to land it up there in a tin foil box, a roll of aluminum foil, and they supposed to brought all that stuff and people up there and the rocks back and that little dune buggy's up there, little golf cart thing, and they ain't never been to that moon. I look at it every night. But either way, I just thought I'd give you a holler and see did my number show up this morning.
It's working. It is showing.
Hey, all right, that's good. I'm pretty smart on these phones, you know.
Yeah, you got advice from some 5-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard it.
You heard that? All right. Hey, have a good morning, Tex. We'll talk at you later. News break time, though, on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden was briefed on FEMA's response to Hurricane Fiona's aftermath in Puerto Rico on Thursday. The president announces an executive action he took to further help with the recovery.
At the governor's request, I immediately approved an expedited major disaster declaration to provide individual and public assistance to help people and communities recover from and this declaration will get federal resources there quickly, and it's going to help people start rebuilding their lives.
FedEx is hiking its package rates after announcing its first quarter earnings fell short. The shipping company is raising its express, ground, and home delivery rates by an average of close to 7%. Its CEO citing a tough economy and says he expects to enter a worldwide recession. We are USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, next week, it won't be the moon, but many of us will be watching in a first of its kind Save the World experiment. NASA is about to clobber a small, harmless asteroid that's millions of miles away. A spacecraft called DART will zero in on the asteroid next Monday, intent on slamming it head on at 14,000 miles an hour. The impact should be just enough to nudge the asteroid into a slightly tighter orbit around its companion space rock, to demonstrate that if a killer asteroid ever heads our way, we would at least stand a fighting chance of diverting it. Now, this is the stuff of science fiction books and really corny episodes of Star Trek from when we were kids. But now it is real, according to NASA program specialist Tom Statler. Cameras and telescopes will watch the crash, but it's going to take days or maybe even weeks to find out if it actually changed the orbit. The $325 million planetary defense test began when we launched the DART, and I remember covering that last fall. The asteroid with the bullseye on it is called Dimorphos, about 7 million miles from the Earth. It's actually the puny sidekick of a 2,500-foot asteroid named Didymos, Greek for twin, that was discovered in 1996. Didymos is spinning so fast that scientists believe it flung off material that eventually formed a moonlet, and that's Dimorphos, which is about 525 feet across, that orbits its parent body at a distance of less than 1 mile. This is really about asteroid deflection, not disruption, they say. This isn't going to blow up the asteroid. It's not going to bust it into a bunch of different pieces. Rather, the impact will dig out a crater tens of yards in size and hurl about 2 million pounds of rocks and dirt into space. NASA insists there's a zero chance either asteroid will threaten Earth now or in the future, and that's why this particular pair was picked. Going to save the Earth. All right, planet Earth is on an asteroid-chasing roll. NASA has close to a pound of rubble collected from asteroid Bennu headed to Earth. The stash could arrive next September. Japan was the first to retrieve asteroid samples. They've done that twice. China hopes to follow suit with a mission launching in 2025. NASA's Lucy spacecraft, meanwhile, is headed to asteroids near Jupiter that launched last year. Another spacecraft, near-Earth asteroid Scout, is loaded with NASA's new moon rocket awaiting liftoff. It will use a solar sail to fly past a space rock that's less than 60 feet next year. I mean, this is all Hollywood stuff, right? There's been movies made about this. Remember, of course, Armageddon, right? We tried it there. Bruce Willis. All right, it is 844-844-3388, but we'll be able to watch that next week. live on like space.com and the NASA TV and things of that nature. There you go. Back to the phones we go. Let me grab Buckshot, I believe. Hello, Buckshot. What's going on?
Not much. How you doing?
Doing well. Did you get a chance to chat with Heatwave?
Yeah, I chatted with Heatwave and a few others last night.
Okay.
After many years of listening to y'all, I finally calling in tonight.
I bet somebody said, Buckshot, why don't you give him a call? You'll get a $60 code for Hot Shot Secret.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that when I called you, but that's true, huh?
It is. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Just out here playing truck driver tonight.
So you at one...
Hoping tonight ain't going to be a night like last night.
I know you said that at one point in time you worked for Redaway, right? That was one of back in the YRCW days or whatever.
Yeah, I went there in January 2017 for about 8 or 9 months before coming over to ABF. Just to kind of get my foot back in the workforce.
Mm-hmm.
You know, after I got rid of my own trucks, so.
And you like ABF?
Oh, I love it over here. Easiest money I ever made.
Really? That's good.
Don't get me wrong, it ain't nothing easy about the job, but it's the easiest money I've ever made.
Gotcha.
But I just figured I'd give you a shout real quick and say hello. I think I met you one time in Vegas. You and Bubba Bo were down there. I spoke with you for a minute.
Well, you're going back a few years
That's
now,
about the only time I really
man.
talked to you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, hell, they haven't had a show in Vegas in, 10 years, something like that?
At least.
Yeah.
Yeah, we camped out there. I think it was the Wild Wild West parking lot.
That's...
Bubba Bo had the show going out there.
Back in the day, that was back in the day when we had the Idol Buster, the live remote broadcast with Idol Buster. And they went through seven kinds of hell trying to broadcast out there in Las Vegas.
Yeah, but it was fun. Don't get to see many people out this way too often.
Right.
But anyway, I just figured I'd give you a shot real quick and say hello.
Well, thank you for checking in, Buckshot. We got your number down here. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products yet?
No, I haven't.
All right. Now, well, that's going to change. We'll get you that code and get you some Stiction Eliminator. And I don't know whether you get a gasoline engine, get gasoline extreme or diesel extreme, whichever it would be. And one of these days, you'll be giving us a call back saying, hey, you won't believe what a difference this stuff made.
Oh, believe me, I'll try it. I'll get my father-in-law some, and he'll try it. I'm sure he'll be addicted to it, too.
All right. Well, thank you for checking in. Have a safe night out there, and thanks for being a part of the show. All right, there you go. Reuters report this past day. Amazon.com backed Infinium said on Tuesday they will supply low-carbon electrofuels for the e-commerce giant's trucking fleet starting next year. Infinium's supply of electrofuels, a fossil-based fuel alternative created with carbon waste and renewable power, will reduce Amazon's carbon emissions for roughly 5 million miles of travel per year, they say. The tech giant said they plan to initially use the electrofuels in trucks in their middle mile fleet in Southern California. The agreement comes after Amazon last month signed a deal with a company called Plug Power Incorporated for 10,950 tons of green hydrogen every year starting in 2025 to help them replace gray hydrogen, diesel, and other fossil fuels. What's the difference in green hydrogen and gray hydrogen? Okay. Amazon invested in Infinium, a renewable electrofuel solution provider, last year. It was part of Amazon's Climate Pledge Fund, a $2 billion investment program that was launched in 2020 to invest in companies to help reduce the impact of climate change and support sustainable development. Hey, big times, big times. It is 844-844-3388. What's happening, Knucklebuster? Happy Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Yes, sir. Thank God it's Friday. I'm ready for it there. You know, we could do Horse Feathers sing-along today there, you know, with I Still Like Bologna on White Bread there, Alan Jackson, or do his Good Time there. Then we could do Sugarlands down in Mississippi and Up to No Good. And then we'd have Cal Smith doing his Country Bumpkin and Hello Miss Johnson there. And then we could do the Oak Ridge Boys, Train, 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 Choo-choo Train. I don't ever cover my pool up. I got a golden retriever. He don't care how cold that water gets. But I ain't getting in there with him, right?
I hear you.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping I don't I'm hoping I don't have to get in the darn thing tomorrow to get that cover on, because the water's mighty cool right about now.
Yeah, I know it. Hey, I've gotten out there at the start of December and covered it up. So it's it'll definitely make your manhood shrink up there, right?
I hear you. No doubt.
What happened to that cartoon characters guy? I ain't heard him in a while. What, Jolly Green Giant or something like that?
I was asking about him last night. I haven't heard from Jolly Green in a while.
Yeah, I know it's there. All right, well, let's shift gears. I like that Amazon Prime story about them owner-operators there, and that's all I'm going to leave it at there. You know, I don't want to make anybody mad. We don't need to start another fight there, right?
I hear you.
And here's my next one that's come close to the thin line across the Arkansas Razorbacks. They got them a new 13-letter manure spreader there, Steve.
I mentioned that earlier, yeah. J.B. Hunt gave it to him.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, driver shortages, they might not have nobody to drive it there, you know. Well, I want to know something. Since we've been talking about ghosts and haints and boogers and booger bears, I read this today. He says, when I die, I want a crank on the side of my casket that plays the Jack in the Box song just to see who has the guts to crank it.
That'll work.
Both of my grandsons will be up there cranking it, and their mamas will be getting all over them, right?
Mm-hmm.
I read where Whoopi Goldberg was forced to explain a joke about Senator Lindsey Graham there. She had told it in an earlier segment and then had to come back and explain it to people. I guess it hit that dent in their forehead or something. And all she said was, maybe he's getting married. You know, he ain't never been married there. So a lot of people think he's just on the LGBTQ bandwagon there, right? I don't know. He just might like Loretta Lynn's song there, You Ain't Woman Enough to Take My Man there, right?
Uh-oh.
Yep. Well, you ever read that legal agreement on your phone for the software updates and stuff?
Hell no. Does anybody?
Hell, I just go over and ask my attorney about it there. He tells me whether to agree to it or not. Most time he says just go ahead. It ain't gonna matter what they put in there. And I read where a Florida trail attack suspect was seen approaching a jogger in chilling surveillance video there, Steve. I mean, come on now. These guys got people like that. They ain't had a woman since a woman had them, other than to take them by force there, you know. And that dumb ass there in Memphis, his mama said, oh, I believe him. They falsely accusing him of killing that woman. Yeah, right. before my 93-year-old mama passed away, she said I had 5 kids. Don't tell me one of them wouldn't have done something. They'd have done a lot of stuff when they growed up there, right?
Right.
I want to give a congratulations to Donovan of the St. Louis Cardinals for his first career grand slam against them Padres, Steve. That was a good deal. And I want to congratulate them Cleveland Browns for beating them Pittsburgh Squealers, too. So that was a good thing. I always like seeing them bumblebees get beat, right?
So are we getting close to playoff time? I've paid no attention. When toward the tail end of the season now, isn't it?
Yeah, but shoot, I like seeing them. I don't know when y'all are playing them again, right? When Cincinnati playing them Squealers again?
Well, we played them in week 1. I'm sure we'll play them again, but I don't know when it comes up.
Yeah, I'll have to look at the schedule there, but anyway, we'll see how Mr. TB12 keeps playing this year too. So I'm hoping he gets that next ring on his finger there. But they all speculating about his wife that she's so mad at him, but she can't see straight. But that's just natural for a woman to be mad at her husband, right?
Always.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's wind this thing on up the road. You play radio, and I'll play truck driver, and we'll get it done there. Have a great weekend, Mr. Steve Summers.
Thank you much. All right, it is 844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I guess it's all subject to change, but I pulled up MLB.com. Yeah, if the postseason were to start today, which it doesn't, of course, but if it were to start today, on the National League side, you'd have the Braves and the Padres in the wild card, Cardinals and the Phillies in the other wild card series. Dodgers and Mets would be already locked into the division series. On the American League side, let's see, Blue Jays and Tampa Bay would be in the wild card one. Looks like Seattle and is that Chicago would be in the other wild card. Meanwhile, Houston Astros and the Yankees would be locked into the division series. See, first wild card game not till October 7th. That's just around the corner. So you got about, another week? 8 or 9 days? Yeah, you had a baseball season before postseason gets underway. I knew it was getting close. Morning, Donut Man.
Morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Hanging with him. What's happening?
Oh, same old, playing truck driver, listening to Steve Summers. Before I get started, just in case the wife's listening, I have to wish her happy birthday. Her birthday's today.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday.
If you're listening.
Yeah.
So that keeps me out of the doghouse for a day or so that I remembered. I don't know if anybody's covered or not, but I saw an article, I think it was CDL Life, that a judge up in, I think it was Rhode Island, had the truckers only tolls and ruled it unconstitutional.
Yes.
They had I think 48 hours to get rid of it.
Stop it. Yep.
Which is a good thing. But I look for those crooked and to pull something where they're going to say, okay, well, we'll pass it for cars and trucks because they want to keep that money coming in. So they'll find a way around it. They always do when it comes to revenue streams. So that was one. And I don't know if you caught it or not, but I guess the CEO of McDonald's basically said the city of Chicago's in crisis, or
right.
Crime's out of control, and old Beetlejuice. She don't like hearing the truth because she's just an incompetent. I don't know what, but I think Maury Povich did a DNA test with Beetlejuice and said you are the fathers. That takes care of that. But he said about how the crime's out of control, the city's in crisis and everything, and she gets up there and, you should stick to running your business, blah, blah, blah. Supposedly that 112 businesses have moved to the city of Chicago recently, and I'm like, what kind of businesses are these? Are they food trucks? Are they little stands on the corner? What kind of businesses would move into
a
city that's infested, crime infested as bad as it is? No major company's going to move in. Heck, if I was the CEO of McDonald's, what I would do is I would have a meeting with either Greg Abbott in Texas or DeSantis down in Florida and work out some kind of deal and move our corporate headquarters to the free state of Florida or the free state of Texas. Then see what she has to say.
So I guess McDonald's is headquartered in Chicago, right? And that's why he opted to make that statement because that's where they're at.
Yeah, I believe that's where their corporate headquarters is. Or it was. I don't know if it still is or not. I imagine it still is, being that he spoke out against that incompetent fool. But it just kills me. I mean, and up in New York, you got this BLM activist, Soros bought and paid for Attorney General. You got out of control crime in New York City, and I don't know if you saw the other day the video, some guy, I don't know what happened, it led to it, but he pulled out a hatchet and started destroying a McDonald's. And I think I heard right, he got let out on a cheap bail or no bail within a day or two. He's back out on the street again.
Yeah.
And you got out of control crime. You got all this stuff going on. And the only thing New York seems to worry about is using billions of dollars to build a new football stadium for the Buffalo Bills.
Mm-hmm.
And
of course, Illinois going to the no money bail starting on the first of the year statewide. Hey, we're up to news break, top of the hour.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden was briefed on FEMA's response to Hurricane Fiona's aftermath in Puerto Rico on Thursday. The president announces an executive action he took to further help with the recovery.
At the governor's request, I immediately approved an expedited major disaster declaration to provide individual and public assistance to help people and communities recover from and this declaration will get federal resources there quickly, and it's going to help people start rebuilding their lives.
The CEO of one of America's largest banks is warning of a possible recession. During testimony before a Democratic-led Senate committee, Jamie Dimon of J.P. Morgan Chase says this is due to multiple factors. They include rising interest rates and all the government spending that took place within the last 2 years. As the crisis on the U.S.-Mexico border continues, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott is continuing to bus illegal immigrants to sanctuary cities. At least 5 buses carrying illegal immigrants at the southern border arrived at the Port Authority bus terminal in New York City on Thursday. Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, Manuel Castro, confirms the city gets no information about the illegal immigrant buses coming from Texas.
Governor Abbott has made these bus companies sign non-disclosure agreements that do not allow them to coordinate with us, so we don't know when they'll be arriving, how many people are on board, or there are children or people with special needs that we need to assist.
Republican Governor Abbott quick to point out that the illegal immigrants show up on Texas's doorstep and arrive in Texas without them receiving notice as well. Wall Street closing lower on Thursday, the Dow losing 107 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
House Minority Leader from California, Kevin McCarthy, has released an agenda called Commitment to America that aims to fight inflation, secure the border, and protect unborn children. Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn joins Fox News to weigh in on the Democrat strategy heading into the midterms, specifically abortion rights.
They will talk about what they think motivates their base, and then both sides will try to figure out how to expand that reach to independent voters, to suburban women who typically are very important.
InfoWars host Alex Jones testified on Thursday in a lawsuit against him for spreading conspiracy theories. An attorney for the families, Chris Maddie, asked Jones about a clip of him admitting to referring to the families as actors.
If someone were to falsely claim that a group of families who had lost loved ones were actors and had faked the deaths of their loved ones, that would be a horrible thing to say, correct?
In the context, it could be, yes.
Judge Barbara Bellis found Jones liable for continuously questioning whether the shooting actually happened on his show after he failed to turn over documents in the case. President Biden is back at the White House after spending the majority of his day in New York City. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, got us all on the same page now. Cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome to the first full day of fall. Here it is. Yeah, temperature gradually dropping. Look, it's like, where are we at? 50 at the International Airport. Several more degrees down to go. Yeah, most of you had probably seen the video if you go to the likes of CDL Life. I know many had been sharing it on social media platforms. The fiery truck crash earlier this week. A big truck literally tumbling, flying off the bridge, down below, bursting into flames. Deadly crash. Big Sexy sent me a link to... That was a dash cam video different than the one I had seen most of this week. He shared that via like an Instagram feed yesterday. In regards to that accident, the wife and family of the trucker killed in that dramatic fiery crash near Dallas. That was Tuesday of this week. They're asking for help in finding additional footage of the moments leading up to the incident. 71-year-old Gustavo Gomez apparently collided with another car before crashing over the barrier, falling onto the roadway below, bursting into flames. Now, the car involved in the incident sustained damage on the right side, but the motorist was not hurt. Now the Gomez family is hoping someone maybe captured footage of the crash that led up to their loved one's death. He was always so careful. He always made sure his trucks were good. when they were driving or before he drove, according to his wife. And she said Gomez drove trucks for over 20 years. He always knew what he was driving. He knew it was a big machine and that he had to be watching out for everybody. Now, she says Gomez was delivering mail to Missouri for the U.S. Postal Service. When he died, he was employed by Bancroft & Sons Trucking. But she said he was a very hard worker. He always had been for his family, whatever it was, whether it was driving across the country or not. He always made sure we were taken care of and provided for. He was a good man, very witty, always acted like a comedian, making sure nobody was sad. He was kind-hearted. He would help anyone if they needed help. If it were in his hands and he could help at the moment, he would do it. Either way, the Allen Police Department has not said what led to the collision between the car and the semi-truck, but Torres, his wife, believes the wreck was likely not her husband's fault. Thus, she is asking anyone who may have seen or possibly recorded the incident on a dash cam to please step forward to help out with the investigation. Now, could you imagine the video that's been circulating on social media? Of course, she said she has not seen it, and she does not want to see. And I can't blame her. She doesn't want to. She said, I can't witness my husband dying like that. So, yeah, hopefully she doesn't accidentally come across that video at some point in time. Have you ever heard of a desert tsunami? I did a double take when I saw the headline. A desert tsunami in Death Valley National Park. Where's the water coming from? Well, earlier this week, remember the first big quake in Mexico? They had a follow-up, 6.8 yesterday. It was a 7.6 magnitude quake, 1,500 miles away, that triggered a desert tsunami. Now, this struck way down in Mexico along the border this past Monday, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. Less than a half hour later, Death Valley started shaking. 22 minutes later, water started sloshing 1,500 miles away in what is known as Devil's Hole, according to park rangers. The waves reached 4 feet high about 11:35 a.m. Yeah, Devil's Hole, they explain, is a limestone cave in Nevada's portion of the national park that's partially filled with water. It's hundreds of feet deep, they say. Park officials say the earthquake, called a seek, which is a wave that swings around a standing body of water. It stirred up sediment and rocks from the shallow part of the cave and actually removed algae and there's pupfish, some endangered fish, pupfish that live in that water there. About 175 pupfish live in Devil's Hole, according to park rangers. Those fish depend on the algae that goes on the shallow cave shelf. Yeah, pupfish have survived several of these events in recent years. According to the National Park Service, we didn't find any dead fish after the waves stopped. And actually, the Devil's Hole pupfish population have been on the upswing in recent years. The endangered pupfish. But I didn't realize there was caves with water out there in the desert. All right, we'll get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. What do you say, Gilligan? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. Since this is casual Friday, I'll kind of stay off the politics end of things. But I need to respond to a Chevy guy. Well, 5'7", steak sauce, whatever you want to call himself. I think he's just Heinz because he's a big John Kerry fan myself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's why he likes 57 steak sauce, that Heinz bit. Yeah, that channel that shows that RuPaul's Drag Race. Shows some pretty good old shows on it here and there, you know. And I've seen them commercials. Now, anybody that actually looks at that commercial can tell they're not women on them commercials. I mean, it don't take much more than a glance to realize that, if you know what I mean. But, you know, old Chevy, he's old 57 there. He's one of them Navy guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, back in the 70s, his favorite group made a song about that in the Navy, you know, the Village People. So, yeah, I think that's why, you know, it just something screwy going on there. What do you think?
All right, no comment.
Hey, Steve, I tell you what. In my house, we've got 2 different calendars. My wife has a calendar with cute little puppies on it, and it lists today as the first day of spring. Now, my calendar is of Marilyn Monroe. Now, I'm sure some of the guys can understand that. And it lists tomorrow is the first day of spring.
Tomorrow?
Now, me and Eskimo Mom got to talking about this. We got this figured out. Well, there is calendars that'll show the 23rd as the first day of fall. Not spring, fall, correction. Autumn, whatever you want to call it. But what it is, I'm almost positive there is a global standard time. I'm sure you're aware of that. Being in the radio
right.
business, which is 5 hours ahead of Eastern Daylight Savings Time. So if they go by that, then just after 2 o'clock on Friday morning is when fall began. You see what I'm getting at?
I mean, fall officially arrived Thursday evening at 9:03, so that would have been 2:03 global time, you're saying? So,
yep, Friday morning.
So they're technically saying that the first full day of spring is until Saturday.
Yeah, fall. Yeah, you just
fall.
made
Same thing. Yeah.
I take the blame for that. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to touch on college football. Maybe my beloved Mountaineers may end up with a winning season this year. They was one game under 500 last year, but they took it to them Virginia Tech Hokies, which is one of their biggest rivals tonight, 33-10. Boy, I was stopped at a little old rinky-dink fuel stop up there earlier tonight on the way down. Man, I seen some long faces in there in them Hokie shirts and pants, everything. One guy there had orange and burgundy socks and a pair of bright orange Crocs. Yeah, I think them Tennessee fans could go for a pair of them bright orange Crocs, especially Brain Dead. What do you think?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, these suckers look like they was fluorescent orange. Yeah. Oh, I don't think anybody's touched on this. Everybody's been a knucklebuster brought up baseball there with the Cardinals. Was you aware that the Yankees' Aaron Judge has cracked 60 home runs this season so far?
No.
He has hit 60. Roger Maris's, I believe Roger Maris's 61 home runs should be considered the record because the ones that broke his all-time mark were all on steroids. You know, Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire, and, of course, the infamous Barry Bonds. So maybe Aaron Judge may break Roger Maris's record. You know, they had the record for the Yankees for the most home runs. Right now, at 60, he tied Babe Ruth's all-time mark at 60 also. You know, I mean, I used to be a little bit of a baseball fan, and when I did, I was a Yankee fan. So, you know, but we're talking back in the days of Willie Randolph and Bucky Dent and Thurman Munson, them guys, you know what I mean? When Reggie Jackson was cracked 10 home runs and won World Series there in 77. I'm sure even you Reds fans remember them days, you know. So, yeah, well, that's about all I got for now. But I think Inbred Redneck need to be filled in since he's on that 6-month hiatus since he decided to sell out to the commie Chinese. What do you think?
Yes, sir.
I'll see if I can. I think I'll figure out something for you. I'll talk to you later. Thanks. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day. Have a good weekend. Yeah, first full day of spring. That's today for us. That's all I can tell you. All right. So speaking of the Navy, it's the aircraft carrier, the USS Nimitz. Apparently, drinking water was contaminated with jet fuel last Friday, and several sailors reportedly drank and showered in it before the contaminated water was pumped out. Terminal CWO, a popular social media handle that shares military whistleblower claims, leaks and complaints, first to publish accounts of the aircraft carrier's water contamination on Monday this week. Contamination was discovered while the ship was operating off the coast of California. Lieutenant Commander Adam Demeter, a spokesperson for the aircraft carrier, confirmed in a statement to American Military News the ship's water supply was indeed contaminated with jet fuel. The aircraft carrier USS Nimitz identified traces of Jet Propellant 5, JP5, used in their aircraft in the ship's potable water supply while operating off the coast of Southern California. The crew immediately took action to secure access to the ship's potable water and provided bottled water to the crew. After conducting a thorough flush and inspection of the water system, fresh water was restored to the ship. They say the water on board is safe for use, and the health and well-being of all the sailors is our top priority, of course. Now, while the ship's officials say the water contamination was dealt with immediately, some anonymous sources are claiming several hours transpired before the crew was notified of the contamination, and several sailors either ingested or showered in contaminated water. Now, they say unnamed sources said numerous sailors are sick due to ingesting and bathing in the fuel-contaminated water. The whistleblower account also shared claims of multiple sailors developing rashes as a result of the contaminated water. This is water from the Nimitz after letting sit in a bottle. There was a tweet they sent out. By the way, spokesperson for the Naval Air Force Pacific said the ship's leaders are not aware of any sailors who drank or showered in the contaminated water. They say we can confirm we've had no confirmed cases of illness on board related to the issue. So I don't know. Anonymous sources, whistleblowers saying, yeah, some were sick, but leadership saying nothing going on here. It's 23 past the hour. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I can't recall who it was earlier that mentioned it's Vladimir Putin's war, not the Russian people's war there in Ukraine. Yeah, and apparently things getting kind of crazy over there. According to the reports, within hours of President Putin's speech declaring a partial military mobilization on Wednesday this week, remember he said 300,000 men all over Russia, including some who had tried for months to ignore the messy war in Ukraine, suddenly found their lives thrown into chaos as they were summoned to duty. The men, mostly reservists under the age of 35 who served in the Army and have junior military ranks, were handed written notices in their offices or at their homes. In some cases, they had their identity documents checked on the street and were told to appear for a health check. Others got orders by telephone. Anxious relatives, meanwhile, began searching for ways to flee the country or otherwise avoid their loved ones being called for service. Flights to the few cities abroad that still offer direct service to Russia, because most destinations have been cut off by sanctions, all those flights suddenly are sold out. Google search trends showed a spike in queries like how to leave Russia and even how to break an arm at home, raising speculation that Russians were thinking of resorting to self-harm to avoid the war. One Moscow resident said, "They've been chasing me since February, trying to offer me a contract." He served in the Army and has prior combat experience. Now, the man who spoke on condition of anonymity to speak freely said that, unlike others who had received written summonses, he had received a personal call from the military enlistment office, which has had his number on hand for months. "I was ordered to undergo a health commission tomorrow morning, so I doubt I will be spared." Military analysts said it's far from certain that the partial mobilization would be able to turn the fledgling military campaign to Russia's advantage, if at all. But by Wednesday night, it was clear that the political backlash Putin feared and that led him to resist a mobilization for months despite repeated battlefield setbacks, that backlash has begun. In response to Putin's decree, criticism of the war, which had been rising internationally and at home, despite a severe crackdown in the Kremlin on any sort of dissent, suddenly burst wide open. Relatively contained but significant protests erupted not only in the big cities of Moscow and St. Petersburg, but a number of other cities. By Wednesday evening, more than 1,000 have been arrested across the country. All right, news update here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden was briefed on FEMA's response to Hurricane Fiona's aftermath in Puerto Rico on Thursday. The president announces an executive action he took to further help with the recovery.
At the governor's request, I immediately approved an expedited major disaster declaration to provide individual and public assistance to help people and communities recover from and this declaration will get federal resources there quickly. And it's going to help people start rebuilding their lives.
FedEx is hiking its package rates after announcing its first quarter earnings fell short. The shipping company is raising its express, ground, and home delivery rates by an average of close to 7%. Its CEO citing a tough economy and says he expects to enter a worldwide recession. We are USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here on a Friday, TGIF, yeah, set for the weekend, here it comes. Quick reminder, of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil, the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, anything going to be sitting around with gas in it. Gas begins to go bad a lot quicker than many realize. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time, combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right. Good morning, senor. What's happening? Heatwave on the road again.
Oh, good morning, senor. Boy, that was pretty quick.
How you go?
Must be a slow night, huh? Oh, yeah, we're trying to get through this situation as best we can out here, and well, at least I'm not sitting for long hours now since I've aired my grievances with you on the radio. I guess someone over there at Yellow finally got off their duff, pulled their thumb up their hind end, and got things going.
You think that actually made a difference? Maybe?
Don't destroy my hopes, man. It I don't know. Maybe so. It may just be a grand coincidence, but yeah. All right. Scarecrow, did he say I was bemoaning something earlier? I was in the TA over here in Albuquerque getting some stuff, and I thought he used the big $5 word the truck drivers have to buy, talking about that that butt crack crotch cream to keep everybody feeling
right.
Fresh.
Loom.
Yeah. Did they say how they actually come up with someone that would stick their nose up someone's crotch like that?
Well, I actually, after I watched the video, the commercial, when the show ended yesterday morning, the Doughboy sent me, there were links to a bunch of other videos, and there was a video from an OBGYN talking about the pros and the cons and, just the selling points. And she brought that up during that video, saying, I don't know who they've got to test whether this stuff works for 72 hours, if they're actually using the human sniff test or if they've got some mechanical device that's going to sniff if your crack smells like you know what.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, who out there has gone 72 hours without taking a poop? Good night.
Well, her main point was that, being an OBGYN, she's, seen and been around a lot of things that most of us haven't. And she said, generally speaking, most people, unless there's some sort of infection or something involved, if you take care of routine general hygiene, you don't have that issue.
Like taking a bath?
Like taking a shower, taking a bath. General hygiene, right?
Oh, dadgummit. You wonder how humans ever evolved to where we're at now with that kind of stupidity out there going on. Good night. Oh, well, that's, I guess that kind of answered my question. So anyways, other than that, I mean, we had some rain out here in Albuquerque. It's kind of partly cloudy to clear in some areas. And you said Jupiter is supposed to be at its
opposition,
at its closest point to Earth in about 60 years.
Correct.
Monday, right?
Yes, sir.
Wow, that ought to be interesting to see that, and just think that, well, the next time it comes around, our grandkids will be in their mid-70s or so, seeing that happen again. I tell you what, for as much as we've seen astronomically, I wonder how much more we have missed out in our lifetimes because certain comets are not. Yeah, I mean, wow. Science is great, I'll tell you. Well, I don't know much about what's going on with our gentleman pervert out here, but apparently he's not going to Colorado anymore. He's going to Holbrook, and no one knows what's going on with the investigation of said person. But yeah, there's people out here that are just now coming to grips that he did this. I mean, it's not. I think I sent you the video on your phone. It's 40 minutes, and I mean, you'll just be disgusted from minute one. It is that bad.
I had started that. I watched about 5 or 6 minutes worth of it, and I mean, because I knew it was a rather lengthy video, and I didn't have time to watch the whole thing. But the guy that they were at the hotel and they intercepted there, was that the guy the first guy that they were talking to?
Yeah. That was him.
Okay.
So I mean, like I said last night, we've got this shining armor around us, but it's inside that determines whether or not we're good or rotten. And definitely in his case, that's rotten. I don't think you can reform anybody that goes to that point.
I kind of wonder, because what I was seeing there was, I guess this is like a couple of undercover investigative guys that kind of were staking out the hotel and had all of his conversations and his chats. And they pull him aside and say, you're going to talk to us or we're going to call police. Now, isn't that kind of like, aren't they required to notify police if something like that's going on?
They did.
They ultimately did? Okay, all right.
Yes, they did. Because they wanted to hear from him what his side of the story was, and it just didn't pass the smell test, no pun intended, from the previous discussion. But, so he's not going to Colorado. I don't know if that's part of an agreement, if it's still investigations ongoing or what. But he really screwed the pooch when he tried to do that to a 13-year-old girl. So we're not really pleased about that.
Yeah, I mean, but what were you planning to do with her? Right? I was going to talk to her. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, right, sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's upset because he got caught.
Exactly.
It's not he's upset because he did something stupid. It's just that he got caught, and that's just the way other people are. Now, you were talking about a truck accident on I-4, I guess, earlier today there in Florida. What had happened, I had shared it on my Facebook page. The Ocala County Sheriff, I think that's where that was, had a picture of a prisoner in prison garb and said this was the man responsible for all the mayhem that was going on. And he apparently the prisoner, he had served 8 years in prison, and then he got out, and he was out for about 3 years, and he was involved in a hit and run accident in his car registered to him. And since he decided he didn't want to go back to prison, he ran, and he went to a convenience store where he tried carjacking a woman, and she shot gas from the gasoline nozzle at him. Then he tried going into another car, and the customer came out that owned that car, brandished the gun, and said, "Oh, no, you ain't." So the suspect then ran down I guess there was and the interstate's right there, and he jumped down an embankment and ran out into westbound traffic where a box van hit the brakes instead of hitting the old boy. And the semi was behind him, didn't see that, and run into the box van. So then when people started stopping to help out, being good Samaritans, he tried carjacking 2 other people. It's like, really? And the sheriff is going through it, play by play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just continuing. And a reporter was saying, "Well, don't you think that was a little bit excessive?" And he said, on one, maybe, but he had a string of felonies going on, and everybody had a right to protect themselves and say no, and they did what they did, and everybody came out ahead, and that guy's lucky to be alive. So, but anyways, I just thought I'd give you a holler and say hey and tell you to have yourself a good weekend, senor, and, well, we'll be anxiously waiting your show coming in Monday morning.
All right, safe travel, safe trip to Denver, and keep those runs rolling, right? Keep him busy out there. And we'll be right back.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
right, back at it here. And back to the calls. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Hey, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor, for a second round here. Couple questions about things you brought up through the show here. You were talking about these alcohol testing things we're going to have in the cars now.
Yep.
Do you think they're going to implement them with the electric cars? You just hold off, and just every electric car will have to have this thing, like maybe a mask for like the CPAP type thing. Maybe you're going to have to strap a mask on your face, like a CPAP, or maybe a jet fighter pilot. You'll have to strap that on your head before you can go down the road with your car and breathe into this thing the whole time you're behind the joystick or whatever it is of your electric car. Because I don't know, they're going to be autonomous too, right? So you're not going to have a steering wheel or nothing.
Yeah, well, by then, so I mean, if I don't have a steering wheel, I should be fine to be shish kebab faced behind the wheel because I'm not driving.
Well, that's kind of like saying the pandemic's over, but you still have to have a vaccination. You know what you know where I'm going with that there, right? But anyway, so anyways, your next story there, you were talking about the earthquake and the desert tsunami and that. Now, was that all caused by the internal combustion engine? I mean, is that due to climate change? Are we blaming that on that yet, or where are we at with that?
I don't think we're yet to blaming earthquakes or volcanic activity on the internal combustion engine.
All right. Well, I'm sure it's coming. Give them a chance there. They'll think of that eventually.
The root of all evil.
Especially if they listen to the Steve. But my question is you were talking about this cave with these pupfish in it that eat algae. Now, if I remember the few times I've been in a cave, most of the time you have to have a flashlight with you, don't you? Because it's kind of dark in there.
Yeah.
Well, how does the algae grow when it's in a cave? Because we talk about these algae blooms and stuff, and it needs the sun. You know, it needs the nitrogen in the water, and then it needs the sun to grow. So how is the algae growing in a cave for the pupfish to eat? Just asking. So
that's
maybe
above my pay grade. I don't know if this particular cave gets some shreds of sunlight or what.
Yeah. I was curious. You know, that's why I'm asking. There's got to be smarter people out there that might have an answer. You know, and but anyways, there. I'm just kind of curious about that. And speaking of comedy and stuff, there, did you get your answer there about the Hudson and Landry there? Because they did do the interview with the astronaut that had the concrete rocket, and that supposedly was going to the moon and overshot or something. I forget. Too much dynamite, I think they said they used, right? And they overshot. I think that's kind of where part of that was going. And there's another comedian out there. I don't know if you guys ever played much. You know, you and the Bozo ever played much. Was Wendy Bagwell? He had a few good.
The snake story there in the church.
Yep. That was one of them. I think he had the Volkswagen one.
Yes,
too, didn't he? They had the Volkswagen. They went to pick up and didn't have no damn heat in the Volkswagen. But anyways, So anyways, maybe there's a couple more there for you if you can. Yeah. Now my question is how do you have any issues with royalties on these things? I mean, are you allowed to play these or with
anything spoken word? You don't have to worry about royalties. That's why my dad could play all the Hudson and Landry and the Larry the Cable Guy and all the billing. There's no royalties on spoken word.
So does that mean you could play most of Red Sovine, because most of those were just recitations and he was just kind of speaking with music playing behind him?
I don't know. There's music involved at the same time, so I don't know.
Yeah, I understand. So, anyways, no, that's about what we got going for you. I don't know. I guess that's all the unanswered questions I had going there. I just as I say, and that whole algae deal in the cave for the pupfish to eat, and maybe Pup would call in and explain the pupfish thing, and well, I guess I do have one other thing for you. I think I got a way for you to make some money on the side. I'm thinking you could take Turbo out there to be the 72-hour tester. Because you ever walk a dog and see him stick, you see your dog stick its nose in people's crotches? I'm just thinking that maybe Turbo could have a career there, help support the family a little bit. What do you think?
Be the Lumi tester. Okay, that's an idea. Well, speaking of Pup, it's been a while since we heard from him, but I know he hit the 1 million mile mark on that truck. Hey, Pup.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Fancy he'd bring your name up and you were there.
Oh, I know it. Leave it to him, I reckon. But you was talking about them prime drivers earlier, right? That's got to be the worst group of driving guys I've ever seen out here on the road. But they built a brand new facility down there in Lexington at the home delivery center, and them guys are in and out there all the time. The day they opened that up, that night I went by there and their guardrail was smashed getting into the big wide driveway. I don't know how the hell they do that.
Yeah.
Yep. Turned over 1 million miles tonight. I've had this truck since it's brand new.
So you've driven that truck 1 million miles.
Yeah, a P&D driver takes it every now and again when their trucks aren't. But they don't like this longer wheelbase because it's hard to back up.
Yeah.
They might have put a couple thousand on it throughout the years. But anyway, you don't hardly ever get to see them roll over like that very often. This is the third truck I've had that done that. So, no, we was talking this morning, and I went and got some prices for you. And you think things are bad this year? Wait till next year when the cost of all of this catches up.
Now, what's that? You mean like for the farm and stuff, or?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Like corn right now's $7.26 or higher, depending on who wants it the worst. Either people to feed animals or like up home there, they got that biorefinery that makes ethanol, which doesn't make any sense why we're burning our food supply up in these gas tanks when that ethanol isn't worth a hoot anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
But soybeans are $15 or higher. I know Lewis Dreyfus up there in Claypool, which they make biofuel, it's running around $18 a bushel. So, and most feed places is like Bunge and stuff are $15.80 to $16. They make your vegetable oil and bean meal and stuff like that. And all the animals eat corn and bean meal. Your pigs and chickens and all that business.
So you're saying our meat prices, our chicken, our beef, those prices which are already through the roof are going to be even more?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
I guess that explains why meat cargo theft. I mean, because we had a half dozen stories about loads of meat being stolen. I guess there's a big black market for meat right now.
Yeah, I imagine. And then wheat is running between $9.25 and $10 a bushel, and so there's your bread and all that other stuff. But
wow.
Yeah, meat's getting extremely expensive. But I heard something today that's very interesting. You need to go to your break.
I got about a minute.
Okay, they've almost depleted our National Strategic Reserve on the oil.
Yeah.
And they figured it out. That's when they started that. They've got enough left in there to keep this up till the midterm elections. And then after that, they said that everything's going to skyrocket. It's actually on Donald Trump's interview with Sean Hannity and stuff. He was talking about that,
So you mean the SPR release is keeping that's kept what helped to bring prices down, but it's gonna jump again here?
Yep, it sure is. And then he's also denied more permits for drilling.
Yes.
That's kind of been that's being pushed under the rug.
Yep.
I do not know why the Republicans aren't out barnstorming on all these issues right now, but that silage I was telling you they're taking off right now, that's running around $30 a ton, and but they can't put everything to silage. So. But you was talking about the OGBYN. I always thought when I was in high school I'd like to be one of them. That way I could call home and say, hey, I'm up to my elbows in work.
Oh, boy.
Have a good weekend, Steve.
All right, thank you much. Yeah, we get our news update, top of the hour.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden was briefed on FEMA's response to Hurricane Fiona's aftermath in Puerto Rico on Thursday. The president announces an executive action he took to further help with the recovery.
At the governor's request, I immediately approved an expedited major disaster declaration to provide individual and public assistance to help people and communities recover from and this declaration will get federal resources there quickly. And it's going to help people start rebuilding their lives.
The CEO of one of America's largest banks is warning of a possible recession. During testimony before a Democratic-led Senate committee, Jamie Dimon of J.P. Morgan Chase says this is due to multiple factors. They include rising interest rates and all the government spending that took place within the last 2 years. As the crisis on the U.S.-Mexico border continues, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott is continuing to bus illegal immigrants to sanctuary cities. At least 5 buses carrying illegal immigrants at the southern border arrived at the Port Authority bus terminal in New York City on Thursday. Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, Manuel Castro, confirms the city gets no information about the illegal immigrant buses coming from Texas.
Governor Abbott has made these bus companies sign non-disclosure agreements that do not allow them to coordinate with us, so we don't know when they'll be arriving, how many people are on board, or there are children or people with special needs that we need to assist.
Republican Governor Abbott quick to point out that the illegal immigrants show up on Texas's doorstep and arrive in Texas without them receiving notice as well. Wall Street closing lower on Thursday, the Dow losing 107 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
House Minority Leader from California, Kevin McCarthy, has released an agenda called Commitment to America that aims to fight inflation, secure the border, and protect unborn children. Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn joins Fox News to weigh in on the Democrat strategy heading into the midterms, specifically abortion rights.
They will talk about what they think motivates their base, and then both sides will try to figure out how to expand that reach to independent voters, to suburban women who typically are very important.
InfoWars host Alex Jones testified on Thursday in a lawsuit against him for spreading conspiracy theories. An attorney for the families, Chris Maddie, asked Jones about a clip of him admitting to referring to the families as actors.
If someone were to falsely claim that a group of families who had lost loved ones were actors and had faked the deaths of their loved ones, that would be a horrible thing to say, correct?
In the context, it could be, yes.
Judge Barbara Bellis found Jones liable for continuously questioning whether the shooting actually happened on his show after he failed to turn over documents in the case. President Biden is back at the White House after spending the majority of his day in New York City. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Ajax Airlines.
Ajax Airlines.
That's right, sir. The proud bird with the cast iron tail.
Start the commercial, Charlie Brown. I just want to know what time is your 11:06 leave for San Antonio?
It leaves at 11:06.
Okay.
We have tourist in first class.
Oh, that's all right.
In first class, you get an extra vegetable.
Huh?
You get an extra vegetable in first class.
Okay, I'll take an onion.
We're going to have some turbulence.
No, I'll stick with the onions. Do you serve Chinese food?
Yes, we serve everybody food.
Do you serve
Sir, I'm going to forget you said that.
You're one, ain't you?
Sorry, let's get back to the flight now. This is a non-stop flight, you know.
How about your hostesses?
Oh, they're beautiful.
Are they topless?
No, sir, regulations. They must wear hats.
Do they mess around?
Look, do you want to go on this flight or don't you?
What's your movie?
No movie on this flight.
No, movie?
No, sir, a rodeo.
That's fantastic. I bet you clean up on that,
huh? No, sir, the stewardesses take care of that.
Are they topless?
Sounds like you have a one-track mind.
Sounds like you never saw a topless hostess.
Sir, please, look, I'm very busy.
And I'm Mr. Nobody, is that it?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, just remember, I'm a VIQ.
P.
Huh?
P. You're a VIP.
Well, then treat me like one, you communist.
Oh, sir.
Hey, what's San Antonio like this time of year anyway?
Oh, it's beautiful. Is this going to be a round trip?
No way. I'm just going to fly down there and turn around and fly right back.
Now we're getting nowhere.
Well, thanks to me.
Amen.
Boy, did I eat that onion already? Let me check this sucker out now. She leaves at 7:47.
Yeah, no. The plane is a 7:47. It leaves at 11:06.
10-4.
Okay. Well, goodbye.
Hold it. Just a minute there.
Sir, I'm very busy.
Well, how about me? I'm running around like a chicken with my legs cut off.
Oh, boy.
Operator, would you chase this call and tell me where I am?
Sir, this is Ajax Airlines.
Cancel the call, operator. This is Ajax Airlines.
Ajax Airlines, remember, it costs no more to relax in the heavenly skies of Ajax.
Well, now we're getting nowhere.
Thanks to you.
Amen.
Sir, you're holding up customers.
I'm holding up customers. You got a lot of nerve, so it charges your price.
Sir, I'm very busy. I've got 2 calls to make, 5 on hold, and 7 lines blinking.
And the partridge in the pear
Well, that does it.
Well, it's about time.
It's about time.
Time? Oh, my gosh, time. What time does 11:06 leave for San Antonio?
In exactly 3 minutes.
Hold that plane.
I can't do that.
You better hold that plane.
Look, sir, don't threaten me.
I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you, you better hold that plane.
Why should we hold the plane for you?
Because I'm a pilot.
There you go. Hold that plane. Hudson and Landry. I remember that well. It's been a long time since I heard that one. All right, get that final hour underway on a Friday. And indeed, this hour, you'll get your keyword, your chance to win $1,000 in the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. From TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secrets. Stick around for that keyword coming up here in short order. All right, 5-7. I kind of figured that story about contaminated water might spike your interest.
Yeah, because that's part of my job. I mean, when you first get in there, they put you on the ship. Now, I was on a small ship, a destroyer. The very first job they put you on is, monitoring temperatures. And, and part of your job was they take like an agricultural, like if you're, in a store, a scoop, to fill up a bag. Well, it's like a 5-pound scoop, and you scooped into a big old bin of chlorine, and you'd have this big 55-gallon drum, and you'd dump that in there, and then you'd run the water into that you've just got out of the evaporators. They suck the water out of the sea, they heat it up, turn it into steam, catch it, heat it up again, turn it into steam, catch it, make fresh water out of that. The machinery and the crew can't, they can't handle the salt water. So it gets pumped in. Part of it gets pumped into that 55-gallon drum. You stir it up, and then when it's full, you pump it into an empty water storage tank, and they'll do that just before they fill up the one tank and transfer it to the other tank. The water tanks, all the lines for the water tank, they did not interconnect. It was be like your sewage lines and your well water lines. There's no way they connected. The only way they could have contaminated that, and now you'll have to talk to somebody from a carrier that would know, is when you're in port, yes, they can hook up to the water lines from shore, or maybe another ship. But I would believe that the connectings, the connectors would be different from the freshwater line from a JP fuel, the air, jet fuel. To me, it seemed like that's kerosene. It seemed like the first thing you would know when you took a drink, you're not going to ingest it because you already know that you're into something here. And when you turn the shower on, boom, So something really, there's a story behind that story, and we'll be listening. But it sounds like somebody purposely, sabotaged the drinking water on that ship.
You think?
Which is odd because like you have an E1 in there, and he's managing the water in that engine room on that destroyer, and believe me, if he didn't do his job, the captain, couldn't do his job if he's drinking contaminated water and he's sitting in the head, taking a dump, it's hard to, command the ship from the head and the rest of the crew too. And so they're very cautious. You got a chief that watches it as the crew hooks up water lines, shorelines to this. So this is a big question mark. But what's going on in our military just is amazing. Now, the other thing, of course, I did have to mention that it's funny. We found out Gilligan watches that channel with RuPaul's Drag Races, so no wonder he knew what that was all about. And we'll just leave that aside. Hudson and Landry, are they not the ones that did the two prospectors? And they're sitting there, they're talking.
I think they did. I believe that was them, yeah, sitting around the campfire, right?
Yes, and eventually they're all blaming each other for stealing, taking the gold or going to town and buying something. And women, and that punchline, I love it, is when they started talking about women. Oh, she was beautiful. She's beautiful. And they're all sitting around there real quiet, and then they say, oh, I couldn't live like that.
Right? Yep.
Yeah, women to do that to you. How about it? So, I just wanted to bring that up. Man, I'd love to hear somebody that worked on a carrier. There's no way those two lines connect. There's no way you can mix the jet fuel. With us, it would have been the fuel oil, that fueled the steam turbines or the boilers. I just don't know how that happens. So, but it was a great story. I'll be looking for an answer on that one. Someone's going to get charged any way you look at it, because there's a chief petty officer somewhere that's going to be called on captain's mess if that happened. So, and that might go on up all the way up to the captain. And believe me, they don't when you talk about carrier, you talk about that. More times than not, I mean, you've got two, 3 captains for every ship right now. You just have one minor little thing, and the captain in the XO gets bumped off, and they set a new captain and a new XO because this one little mistake, and they're out of there. So it's a serious thing that happens. So other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the rest of them. You enjoy your weekend, and we'll be waiting for the notification on
Monday morning
on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looking forward to it. Thank you. 5-7, copy the mail. Totally separate subject, but California, I mean, they're headed down this, I'm going to call it a path of destruction, with this mandating all vehicles, no more internal combustion engine. They don't have the power grid to support it. Let's take it to the next step. All right, California regulators are looking to ban new diesel trucks by the year 2040. The draft guidelines from the California Air Resources Board would also mandate that all medium-duty and heavy-duty trucks entering ports and rail yards must be zero emission, with state and local government fleets reaching that standard by 2027, just 5 years from now. A number of policies to reduce pollution from engines and their fuels have made significant progress, but more needs to be done, they say, especially considering the long life of trucks and the urgency of climate action. Leading automakers, however, have not yet brought electric semi-trucks to the market. Production was originally slated to begin in 2019 for Tesla. Now, last month, they said the Tesla Semi would start shipping by the end of this year, but diesel semi-trucks can travel 2,100 miles on a single tank. According to the analyst for logistics company Schneider, while Tesla's electric version will have a range of 500 miles. Anyway, California Air Resources Board says decreasing emissions has to be done to avoid severe weather conditions. Climate change is contributing to an escalation of serious problems, along with worsening air quality challenges, raging wildfires, coastal erosion, extreme weather, disruption of water supply, threats to agriculture, and on and on. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions helps put California on a trajectory to avoid the worst impacts of climate change and supports a growing clean energy economy. Now, that's their statement, but I will reiterate, as we did last week, California, while you're doing all this, putting yourself behind the 8 ball, remember China continues to increase their emissions to the tune of everything you do and everything this entire country does is being canceled out because climate is global. California, you don't have a state climate. The planet has a climate, and all these things to reduce your emissions, it's actually doing nothing to change anything. But I'll leave it at that. We'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, about ready to depart for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. 3 guesses. Who's on board? Good morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Friday. All right, good morning, Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Good to have you with us. And have a great weekend. And back to the phones. Hey, good morning, Philip, on a Friday. What's going on?
Hey, buddy, you got to be careful saying that guy's handle on the radio there. You know, you might get in trouble if you say the wrong way there, you know.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Yeah,
how y'all doing today?
Just like mind your own trucking business.
That's right. You got to be careful saying that, guys. I mean, my name's Phil, but my name ain't Trucking Phil.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, we're back in it again, watching the damn cone. So, did you see the overnight models?
Yeah, the latest I've seen more and more. It looks like, I mean, they're saying maybe Category 3 by the time it hits the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, I know. This is one of the things that's the great things of living down here. the old adrenaline starts going when you see the models. But I mean, it's still out to lunch. If you look at the spread on the models, they're spread out quite a bit.
Yes.
On the Caribbean there. And, it's going to windshield wiper back and forth like this for a while. And, but I'll tell you what, it gets the old adrenaline going. You're thinking about, well, when do I board up? I'm working at the store today, so I know I'm going to see 1 million people coming in here buying water today. My wife did it yesterday. We went down to Sam's and bought a few cases of water, and that's the way it goes. I mean, that's part of living in paradise, I guess. So, was I hearing something about some water being contaminated on a ship?
Yeah, the aircraft carrier USS Nimitz, water contaminated with jet fuel.
Okay, well, I can tell you there's another way that could have got in there. I was an aircraft fueler back in the late 80s, and every aircraft, or when you fuel airplanes, they make you sump the fuel. And what that is the sump fuel is at the bottom of the tank, and that's where they want to see if there's any water contaminating the fuel, because if it contaminates the fuel, it's not going to be able to be used in the aircraft. And we used to take we turn it into waste fuel, and they got a guy that comes in and grabs it, and they take and, try to reclaim it. Mm-hmm. But you never know. It might have been sumped fuel where they're sumping it out of the big fuel tanks, and somehow it ended up in there. There's no telling how it might have went. But I'm with what 5-7 was saying there. There's no piping that can be hooked up because all the connectors are supposed to be different in that kind of situation. But you never know. It could be this too, that Nimitz might be getting old, and how close is the fuel tank to the water tank? If you got something that's got a hole weight in it and it's starting to leak into it, you might have some internal leakage between your tanks, and it's getting into your water tank. That's a big question. And if that's the case, that might be an engineering problem there on the ship. It might not be the crew's fault. You know what I mean, Steve?
I guess obviously they've got to be looking into all the possibilities, right? How that JP5 got in there.
Yeah, JP5. That's JP5 is Jet A. Well, actually, that's not Jet A is JP8. Excuse me. But JP5, that's a high grade kerosene. It's really high grade kerosene. That's nothing to play around with. But I'm seeing these lawsuits coming out everywhere, Steve. And what's this deal with California? It's calling diesel trucks racist. Have you heard that one?
Yes. Oh my, diesel trucks racist. I think Steve shared the link to that with me earlier. I think I still have that in here.
I was watching Fox last night, Fox Channel, and they did a story on how California is considering diesel trucks racist because they're going to low-income family areas and contaminating their air in their areas. Come on, folks. You just said it, Steve. We all live on a planet, okay? So one thing happens on one side of the planet, eventually it's going to end up on the other side of the planet. Look at Chernobyl. When Chernobyl happened, where did it end up at? There parts of that ended up over here with us with radiation, okay? So one thing happens on one side of the planet, it's going to go to the other side of the planet, okay? So what are they going to do? They're going to build a big box around California?
Right. California.
Put themselves in
in the bubble.
In a sphere or something?
Big bubble.
Yeah, and it's like the same thing that's going to happen in Oregon is going to happen in California. Do you see Oregon banning semis right now? I mean, come on, folks. Y'all just being crazy. That's plain out just daggum crazy. And they don't understand. Steve, are they going to put bans on airplanes? Because airplanes burn kerosene, right? What's diesel? Diesel's kerosene based.
I think we're going to electric planes, Philip. Come on, look at the future. Electric planes.
Hey, yeah. Next thing you know, they'll have a steam-powered airplane, right? Okay, so yeah, your electric airplanes. All right, cool. I want to see your electric airplane pick up 150,000 pounds like a 747 does.
Right.
That ain't gonna happen. So, I don't know. Them people are just plumb crazy out there. I mean, it's like every day I hear something about that they do out there. That carb thing out there is the biggest craziness there ever was. It's crazy. Guys go out here on the street, race their cars a little, though they take it to a track. Well, we want to get rid of that. We want to get rid of this. We want to get rid of that. It's like eventually you guys ain't going to have nothing in California but just land. Do you want to get rid of all those buildings that put out stuff,
Well, I mean, wasn't AOC's plan with the Green New Deal was, we got to get rid of all these existing buildings. And all right, I got to get my news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is announcing additional relief for Puerto Rico just days after Hurricane Fiona wreaked havoc on the island. In addition to a disaster declaration, Biden is authorizing complete restoration efforts.
100% funded for debris removal, search and rescue, power and water restoration, and shelter and food for the month.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot is responding to statements made by McDonald's CEO about the crime in Chicago. He said the city is in crisis. The mayor responding by saying the fast food executive should educate himself more before speaking. There's outrage over an attack on a flight attendant. A passenger sucker punched the American Airlines crew member as the flight was midair from the Mexican beach town of Cabo to Los Angeles. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Welcome back. California is kicking its crackdown on gas-powered cars into high gear. The California Air Resources Board is now looking to ban diesel-powered trucks, claiming that diesel emissions overwhelmingly affect low-income and minority communities, and says it's their moral obligation to do so, writing, decades of racist and classist practices, including redlining and citing decisions, have concentrated heavy-duty vehicle and freight activities in these communities. With concomitant, disproportionate pollution burdens, CARB has legal and moral obligations to lessen these burdens. Jimmy, that's a mouthful, but bottom line, what they're saying, I promise I can usually pronounce things, what they're saying is that it's racist. Trucks are racist, highways are racist, practices are racist. So you know what we're going to do? Instead of thinking about things and figuring out how to actually lift up minority communities, we're just going to ban everything because
it's all gone. It's all gone. This is where Democrats really do suck for the minority community. When you look at the issues they're facing right now, what are the issues? High inflation, high crime. Taking diesel trucks off the road does none of that. But what it does do is probably drive up the cost of fuel even more, which is going to make those goods more expensive to buy, which is going to drive up the crime rate if people are in economically unstable situations. So again, back to the whole Democratic ethos. They have empathy as a brand. Hey, we're doing something because we care. Empathy as a trait is actually helping. And I promise, nobody's struggling to feed a family or getting mugged on the way to the bodega or the bogada, as Joe Biden calls it. Nobody is saying, I only wish they could do something about diesel trucks. You know what I mean? If you're getting mugged right now or you're starving right now, you really don't care about diesel.
Of course not. You care about putting food on your table for your family. And Kaylee, ironically, the fastest growing segment of those diesel-powered truck drivers are minorities. But of course, let's put all of them out of a job too.
Yep.
That's a great point. I didn't know that fact, but you're exactly right. Another Democrat policy that's going to affect the very constituency they purport to represent. They're actually hurting. It's a great point. It'd be one thing if there's nothing going on in transportation, but as the Washington Examiner pointed out, we just came off of $5 a week gas or $5 gas per gallon. That's probably going to go back up. Jackie would know more about that than me. We just came off of a potential railway strike. Flights are being canceled left and right, but we are concerned about racist roads. That is what Pete Buttigieg told us, and it is a moral obligation to get rid of diesel trucks. Oh, and we're going to ban these gas-powered vehicles in California after a certain number of years, because these are all the priorities, because there's nothing going on in the world of transportation.
Yeah.
Yeah, the things you say when, you can't make this crap up. The lefties are loonies. They got a plan. While they're working to fix it all, you just realistically, in the real world, watch it all go to hell in a handbasket. Yeah, diesel trucks are racist. That's the new one. Everything is racist. Let's move on. All right, lest we forget, how about your keyword? Time for your chance to win $1,000 cash through TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret. This hour's keyword is spend. S-P-E-N-D. You're going to spend that money when you win it, right? What are you going to spend it on? Go over now to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app in this nationwide contest. Now, that's the final keyword I've got for you this week. 2 more keywords coming your way today, though. 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And each keyword is another entry. If you weren't with us earlier, we actually had our first overnight drive listener win $1,000 in this contest this past day. So next winner might be you. You can't win unless you enter. So good luck. $1,000 daily driver bonus from TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Blind man, how you been?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. I got to have another procedure done in the hospital next week. It's the same thing. The scar tissue keeps coming back. And, it's just aggravating as all can be. So, anyway, you talk about the left being triggered. Somebody decided to wear a MAGA hat and got beat up downtown Silver Spring. So, Gilligan, when you come to visit, leave your MAGA gear at home. I got enough problems with the neighbors.
Oh boy, just wear your Steve Summers. Wear your Steve Summers overnight drive hat. They won't know what that is.
Yeah, right. I really appreciate him giving me that. Anyway, responding to Phil. I call these people watermelons for a really good reason. They're green on the outside and they're red on the inside. And Rush has said for many years the environmental movement is the new home of the Communist Party.
Yes.
And it's just absolutely crazy about these people in California. I've always called them the land of fruits and nuts. So it's just incredible.
Yeah, and you've got the likes of Gavin Newsom, California governor, who's saying, according to an official this past week, who said unequivocally, undoubtedly, without a doubt, he will be running for president in 2024 if Joe Biden does not run again. What do you think, Gavin Newsom?
Really?
What are Gavin Newsom's odds of garnering support anywhere in this country? Well, with the exception of New York, California, Illinois. I don't know. Maybe that would be enough.
Illinois, too, I think,
exactly.
would be another state.
Yeah.
You know, it's the white liberal women that are causing all these problems. Now, I had 2 neighbors come over to visit me the other day, and I had Howie Carr on, and he was talking about Nantucket and how the people got rid of the illegal aliens, within 48 hours, and she's saying, oh, it's a lie, it's all made up. You ought to listen to some real news or something like that. What's the point of arguing with her? You know what I mean?
Because their mind is made up, and you don't want to try to confuse them with the facts. That's what my dad used to say.
Yeah, that's damn sure. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate Chevy Guy and Eskimo Mom and Gilligan and Horse Feathers and everybody that calls me and says hello to me. Make sure that I'm still vertical.
Above ground, yes.
Okay, Steve, I guess that's all I got for today. I just wanted to shout out and say hello.
Blind man, thanks for checking in. Hope all goes well. If we don't talk to you first before your procedure next week, of course, you'll let us know. Hey, Knuckle Buster.
Hey, morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Let's get the important stuff out of the way. 183-mile marker in Texas on I-30. Getting that right-hand lane, you got a big truck off in the median strip, maybe trying to get him picked up out of there. That'd be east and westbound. That's about 20 miles before you get into Mount Pleasant, Texas there. Old Vladimir, he needs to get his panties out of the wad there. I'm telling you, that boy, I don't know what's going on with him, but he might be losing his mind there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's end this week with a good note, Steve. I'm gonna say this, that I know without a doubt in my mind there are some good owner-operators out here, and there's also some bad owner-operators out here. There's some good company drivers and some bad company drivers also. So let's try to keep the positive note and not talk about the bad all the time. You got to talk about the good some too, right?
100%. I would say that's an accurate statement, Knuckle Buster. There's good cops and bad cops. There's good radio guys and there's bad radio guys, right?
That's right. Steve Summers is one of the good ones.
Thank you.
All right. Let's have a great weekend there and get at it again next week. Talk to you later, Steve.
Have a good weekend yourself there. Thank you much. Rooster, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. I was just trying to end the week. Everything was going good. Listening to the show this morning, and that last clip you played there about banning these diesels in California, I couldn't take it. I had to give you a holler.
They're nuts, aren't they?
I'm telling you, man, they're out of their damn mind over there. That's all there is to it. If they hate everybody in this country as much as they proclaim that they do, and I know this sounds mean-spirited, let's just let them be their own nation. Let them fend for themselves, and don't take no fuel in there. I don't care about truck or boat or anything else, and just see how long they think they can sustain over there. I don't go out there anymore, but up until just a few years ago, I used to go out there every week for about 10 years straight,
mm-hmm.
and hated every trip. But it's just them people, if they are just dead set on everything has to be their way or the highway. And until this country stands up and gets out and starts waking up, I mean, why is everybody just letting this government take advantage of them at the grocery stores, at the fuel pump, your electric bills? I mean, it wasn't like this that long ago. And it's not going to, if people do not wake up, it's not going to turn around no time quick, man.
Well, you see, anywhere in the country, you get what you elect, right? The representatives who you send. How many years have they sent Nancy Pelosi up there? How many years do they continue to send? What was her name? Maxine Waters.
Maxine Waters,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, they just keep putting them back in there. I mean, you're going to keep getting the same result when you keep putting your clothes in dirty water and they still come out stinking and dirty each week. Well, duh. Wake up, people.
Yeah.
But anyway, man, with that being said, everybody be safe out here this morning. And have a good weekend, Steve. And look to the brighter things, man. I know that God's got a plan for all of us, man. You just got to stay positive.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Rooster. Appreciate you being with us.
See you, buddy.
Have a great weekend yourself, and we'll be back in 2.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up about 10 minutes from now. Stick around, TNCRadio.live. What do we got? The lineup for a Friday morning. Mind your trucking business. Discussing this morning the pending vote by the railroad unions, because it's a tentative agreement. Things I'll be talking about. Two things to note. They say, number one, the votes will actually take place after the midterms. Again, I say, why? Why so long? Number two, the vote might not be as much of a slam dunk as we thought it would be. So very interesting. Coming up here in just a few. Then it's 2 hours with the maestro Ron Samuels and his ongoing review of the best in popular music. Remember, TNC Radio here for you 24 hours a day, tncradio.live. And yes, the $1,000 daily driver bonus contest continues with 2 more keywords coming your way. As I mentioned, 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time here on a Friday. I think it was Donut Man brought it up earlier, that the fees enacted in Rhode Island, truckers only, it was truck-only tolls. Yeah, finally, after, we've been talking about this for like 4 years, I think. The judge says, hey, this is unconstitutional. Judge William Smith of the U.S. District Court in Rhode Island ordered on Wednesday a permanent injunction be granted, ordering the state to stop collecting the tolls on commercial trucks within 48 hours. So that was issued Wednesday. Guess that means today they should not be collecting those tolls. They started collecting truck-only tolls in June of 2018. So yeah, it's been 4 years now. A month after starting the tolls, the American Trucking Association filing a lawsuit stating that these tolls targeting truck drivers are unconstitutional. So here indeed, 4 years later, the district court agreed that these tolls are discriminatory. We told Rhode Island's leaders from the start that their crazy scheme was just not discriminatory, but illegal. According to the ATA president, Chris Spear, we're pleased the court agreed. Now, to any state looking to target this industry, you better bring your A game because we're not rolling over. Cumberland Farms, M&M Transport Services, the New England Motor Freight all joined the ATA in that lawsuit, contending that Rhode Island's plan violated the Commerce Clause that would forbid states from imposing charges with the intent to discriminate in favor of domestic and against out-of-state or interstate entities. So there you go. As we head down the home stretch, what do you say, Scarecrow?
Steve, don't call me no dumbass. We got that last word written down right here. We got the first one sent in, so if we fail on this round, you can put me on that lineup for next week. But I think we got all bases covered here this morning. 57. You commented on them Tonka trucks. We got a whole fleet of them sitting at home. Been waiting on grandkids forever, and I don't think they're going to be close enough to home that they're going to appreciate the non-remote controlled type versions.
So when the grandkids pick up your trucks, they're not going to be looking for the remote. You think they'll understand that?
Well, let's see. That camper that we're babysitting, I've already told the kids it's going to weigh about 500 pounds more when they drag that thing back to California. So there just might be a few Tonkas in the mix there. You never know.
Yeah.
But, did I miss out? Maybe I was outside tarping or whatever. I had the show on. Was there some talk about drivers and pilots doing drugs and things like that? Did I miss a little something there?
The one of the earlier stories was about there was a big Wall Street Journal report where they were focused on the Amazon truck drivers, and they highlighted one of their drivers got pulled over with a crack pipe on the seat. They shared several others.
Oh,
that was the story I shared earlier.
Okay, yeah, I did catch that one. I misheard something, in the mix there. I was going to say I'm fairly intimate with a particular pilot that has been known to do some of that magic medicine on occasion. I don't know if he does it every time he goes up, but he says it sure wipes him out. It takes him a couple days to get the feeling back to normal again after that. But I guess it goes with the job. So
you weren't talking about Hudson. No, it wasn't Hudson and Landry and the Ajax Airlines and the drunk airline pilot, was it?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I think it was right on the tail end of. I heard that in the background.
Yeah.
And I think maybe somebody had called in and commented about something about pilots or whatever. But so that's kind of what tweaked my ear a little bit. I had to throw that in there and whatnot. But I see you're about to wrap it up, so I'll get out of your way and let you do it up proper here, and maybe we'll. Oh, I'm going to send something. It'll be an image. It'll come to your personal line there. I'll leave it at that for now. I'll explain later.
All right. We'll be watching and waiting. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend, and we'll chat next week. Right. Scarecrow out, right? We'll close things out on a Friday morning. Yeah, everyone, you do the same, right? Have a great weekend. Of course, when we come back here Monday morning, Sunday night into Monday morning, maybe by that point in time, after a few days pass, may have a more detailed breakdown of what to anticipate as far as the Caribbean's concerned. Are we indeed going to be looking and monitoring closely for the potential of a major hurricane impacting possibly the Gulf Coast, the Florida coast? That obviously will be followed all next week. So join us then for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,